Hi, good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me?
Good day, Chairperson. You are audible.
Good day, Chairperson. You're audible. Thank you.
Much.
Good morning, committee. Am I audible? I'm just testing my audio.
We can hear you, Director Mandat.
Thank you, Councillor. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Good morning, councillors. Notice is hereby given that in terms of Section 19 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 2000, that ordinary council meeting will be held virtually 30 July 2025 at 10 o'clock. It is 10 o'clock. Welcome. May I please ask Councillor Foley to open for us?
Good morning, Speaker. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Lord, thank you for the privilege to come together today to discuss matters that are important to our community. We ask that you will give all of us in the meeting the guidance today to make decisions that will affect the lives to the best in Caucus and for us to make clear decisions. Praise the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Foley. I'm quickly going to check if everybody is present. Councillor Alexander, are you present? Councillor Alexander, are you present? I will come back to Councillor Alexander. Councillor August, are you present?
Speaker, good morning, everybody. I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Welcome. Alderman Benson, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning to all. I report for duty. Good morning.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor Borman, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Glidlu, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. Councillor Lulu is present. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Foley opened it with prayer for us. Councillor Gertenbach, are you present?
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kanuza, are you present? Councillor Kanuza, are you present? I will come back again. Councillor Haystack, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. Morning, colleagues. Present.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jantjies, are you present?
Good morning, Honourable Speaker and Mayor. Yes, I'm present. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm also present. Councillor Maria. Councillor Mbandana, are you present?
Mphathi wesigqeba ndisemhlanganweni.
Thank you, Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbuku.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Welcome. Councillor Murray. Councillor Murray, are you present? I will come back to Councillor Murray. Councillor Nzalani, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning to all in the panel and present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nichols, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Welcome. Councillor Nkilishani, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Ndikhona enhlanganisweni. Molweni kunonke.
Good morning. Good morning. Councillor Ntemwane, are you present? Councillor Ntemwane, are you present? I will come back. Councillor Shorter.
Morning, Speaker. I am present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Oliphant, are you present?
Manthatha ithuba ndibulise ndikhona. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you, Councillor Oliphant. You're present. I recognize your voice. Councillor Peterson has sent an apology. Councillor Roof, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Steerman, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker and everybody. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Volji, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Welcome. Councillor van der Linde, are you present?
Madam Speaker, Honorable Mayor, all councillors and administration, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor van Niekerk, are you present?
I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Williams, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Yali, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to the colleagues. Yes, I'm present. Thank you very much.
Good morning, good morning. Councillor Zana, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I am present. I will also perhaps request you, Speaker. I want to raise a motion of exigency when you allow me. Thank you.
Thank you. I will allow you, or I'll allow you before we start, and we'll take it after our open agenda. Thank you. Let me start from the top. Councillor Alexander, are you present?
Speaker, good morning. Apologies for unable to confirm. Yes, I am present. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Kanuza, are you present? Councillor Kanuza? Will committee service just let me know when Councillor logs in? Councillor Murray, are you present? Councillor Murray, are you present? Committee services says he was in. Please let me know when he comes back again so he can confirm. Councillor Ntemwane, are you present? Same for this councillor, please. Committee services when councillors log in. Du Plessis, are you present?
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy De Jager, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. CFO Lorgaard, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Director Makalesi, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I am present. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Opperman is with me here. Director Ramakawela, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Director De Kok, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. All the councillors, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Medat, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker, councillors and colleagues. I am present.
Thank you. And then I've got administration, Monique Julius with me as well. Thank you. Yes, administration, who has joined us? No one. So let me know when anybody leaves us. Okay. Thank you. And that concludes for one's absence with leave and without leave. I move then to item number 5, presentations. And I believe we've got a presentation, business engineering collaborator. I will give over to Mr. De Jager. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we're just going to have a short presentation from business engineering, which we appointed to implement Collaborator. Collaborator deals with our agenda and committee management, our policy, bylaw management, our workflows, and our document management. And there's numerous other models. So we just wanted to present to Council the status and what we're busy with, and to see the system that we are. I give over to Mr. De Bruin from Business Engineering and thank him for him and his team's attendance and doing a presentation for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Jager. If I may just be allowed to share my screen. I think I am. Let's just see. Fantastic. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Philip de Bruyn. I'm the Managing Director of Business Engineering, and I'm joined by Charmaine du Plessis, who is responsible for the region Eastern Cape. We're very excited to be here this morning. I just quickly want to change display settings so that we can see the proper presentation. And there we go. Thank you very much. Without much ado, I think the introduction was self-clarifying. We're very excited to be associated with the Caucus municipality in implementing the electronic records management, the workflow systems around it. Our company has been established in 1998, and we've been active in local government since the early 2000s. We have a fairly large presence within the country on a national basis, and we're well versed at municipal clients. We've got more than 40 municipalities that we provide services to on a daily basis, including 1 or 2 provincial departments and then some of the bargaining councils in the country. Our approach has always been around digital transformation, stakeholder engagement, and community participation. And in essence, that's what we've built our platform on. So the platform is called Collaborate, and you'll become more familiar with that as we proliferate the organization. But basically, it deals with the establishment of a platform and a solid records management foundation that allows organizations to manage business processes electronically. And that's really where we're at. So if you look at the diagram at the moment, you'll see that on the right-hand side, you've got the business process execution 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just an example of how we execute various business processes throughout the organization. And then we've got the solutions. You can start with the first solution, which could be records management, committee management, policies, HR, etc., etc. So, and you build that on the same platform, and all the records default into the single repository or the records management system within the municipality. What's critical here, and we're very excited about the association with Caucus in this regard, is your leadership in the artificial intelligence, incorporation of artificial intelligence in the organizational system environment. I'll get into a bit more detail, just highlight a few points that you'll start to see benefits of in the short to medium or medium to longer term, and the associated benefits with that. So basically what we've done is we've got the records management component deployed. Together with the policy management, we've just completed the committee management deployment. But in essence, this is what electronic records management is. It's taking all the physical records and digitizing that, getting it into electronic format, indexing it, and storing it in the system in the corrective places in the file plan. Most of our correspondence today are electronic though. So again, all the emails that are received by council are indexed and electronically stored within the system. You'll see there's a file plan at the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a physical file plan of a municipality. I offer my apologies for it being in Afrikaans, but this is what this municipality's file plan looks like in 2025. In essence, we're moving towards assisting municipalities to achieve the objectives with regards to the smart city environment. Now, this is very, very wide, and the whole smart city component is very difficult to define in very specific environments. That's why we're very excited about the advent of artificial intelligence and the incorporation of that into our solutions. If we just look in time, we'll be able to automate the sorting and categorization. So records coming into the municipality will be placed in the right file, in the right place in the file plan, automatically as soon as it arrives in the organization. The thing with an electronic records management system and a document and workflow management system is that you can actually file the record anywhere you want. You'll always be able to find it, even if it's in the wrong file. Okay, so that's one of the very important points. Smart routing and assignment is something that we are busy deploying at the moment, and it sort of gives predefined rules to the way in which technology can assist staff members to distribute correspondence throughout the organization. This leads to faster response times and improved accuracy and a lot of consistency in your service delivery processes. Very important is compliance with regards to, and record keeping. So what we've done is we've taken the legislative framework of the Act and we've put that in place to ensure that we meet as much of the compliance regulations right from the outset as possible. Integration with workflows and the management of the work of the RT organization and automation in that space, we're very excited about. At the moment, we've got our first initiative launched, which is called Navigator, which it works with the Copilot version of what you have with regards to Microsoft technology. And basically what that allows us is to, for instance, you can present queries as a municipal official about any bylaw, any policy that have been made, and it will go and search and give you that content specific to the organization as we've allowed the model to train itself. So again, we're very, very excited about the association with the municipality, and thank you for this opportunity. In closing, we're on all these social media platforms. Please, if you could, subscribe to our channels. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Deputy M, I don't know if you want to add to this, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think Mr. De Bruin has touched it, and I think Council can see what we are busy with, our Council agenda management, our records management, our policy management, our document management, and we are incorporating artificial intelligence into it. So it's very exciting, and I think it will assist us in being transparent and also assist this Council in Council meetings, getting information with a touch of a click of a button, basically, to ensure that we're updated and we are transparent and apply the legislation and our policies consistently. So, as I said, thank you for Mr. De Bruin and assistants, and as well as the administration team, Malia and Monique and the team for their hard work. Yesterday we had committee management and agenda management training, and very soon we will have a total new look in our agendas because it will all be done electronically on the collaborator system. So from my side, thank you, and thank you to Mr. De Bruin and his team for being proactive and also assisting the municipality.
Thank you, Deputy MM. Yes, I'm sure the councils are going to have soon lots of questions to my office on when they're getting training. Councillor Madonna, you would like to comment on the presentation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before the presenter leaves, I just wanted to check something. In terms of this new system, he speaks about the artificial intelligence. I just wanted to look in terms of his experience. Is he able to tell us for sure that with the tampering of minutes, after they've implemented this system, have they never got a complaint in relation to that? Here we've got a practical matter where a mayor was accusing Mr. Ferretti van Rooyen, and then the minutes were tampered with. I just want to check. The second one is this artificial intelligence is so 100% accurate. Just want to refer to the Secret Services, CIA or whatsoever, in terms of capturing whatever was said word by word in verbatim. Those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to take Councillor Olifant's question, and then I'm going to have Deputy MM answer quickly on that. Thank you. Councillor Olifant.
Nkosi kakhulu Somlomo. Somlomo mna benifuna uqala ndibulele okokuba sinike.
Councillor Olifant, could you kindly speak English?
Andizoyenza loo nto Somlomo.
Councillor Olifant, unfortunately we can't understand you at the moment. We're going to. Councillor Willifant, I'm busy ruling. We're speaking English in the meeting until we've reviewed our rules and order. I'll speak to that next when I do my statement. Could we please stick to English today? I'm ruling that we're speaking English. Thank you. Councillor Willifant.
Andizoyenza loo nto somlomo, ndizawuthetha isiXhosa, andizothetha olunye ulwimi, ndizawuthetha isiXhosa.
Unfortunately, Councillor Willifant, I cannot recognize you on this. Deputy MM, would you like to answer Councillor Mbandana's question? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will ask Mr. De Bruin if he can respond on those relevant questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may proceed.
Yes, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just dealing with the first question with regard to tampering of records that have been declared in the system. The system has a full audit trail and a workflow history. So any changes to any record is recorded. So even if you suspect that a change has been made to a specific record, you'll be able to determine exactly who made that change. In general, records, as soon as they have been...
Sorry, gentleman from Business Engineer.
Hold on a second, Mr. De Bruin. Councillor Willifant, I'm going to put you in the waiting room if you do not mute yourself. I did not recognize you. Could you kindly mute yourself so Mr. De Bruin can finish? Administration. Administration, could you please put Councillor Willifant in the waiting room so we can give Mr. De Bruin an opportunity to speak? Thank you.
No, you can put all of us in the room. Let's go to this cold room.
Councillor Mandana.
I'm a person speaking and we're the majority in this province. You can't deal with us like that.
Councillor Mbandana, I have ruled. Thank you. Can we let Mr. De Bruin please answer the question? Thank you. Mr. De Bruin, you can carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, as soon as the record is declared in the system, it cannot be altered. If any altered or changes affected or attempted to be affected, we keep a complete audit trail and a workflow history. With regards to the recording of information and the reference to the CI, I'm not quite sure how to answer that, but the deployment of what we are busy with under the stewardship of the Deputy Municipal Manager and ICT Director is really to ensure that we use the technology to assist the organization. And I think that's very important. Assist the organization to get information, accurate information as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity, Mr. Brain. Yes, and minutes are also approved by council. So that's also for clarity. Honourable Mayor, you also had a question.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much to everybody that's driving this. I think this will add massive benefit to the municipality and to council, firstly, in terms of our operation and being able to have access to information at the press of a button and get very detailed information very quickly and not have to search and read through very lengthy documents to find answers to simple questions. So I think that will greatly benefit this council and the broader administration in terms of keeping records and document management and so forth and so forth. So thank you to the administration for driving that. I just want to find out if in terms of timeframes, how long will we still take to have this operational, and will it take a month or two, or how far are we from completion in terms of implementation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Deputy MM, will you be able to answer on timeframes?
Thanks. I think Mr. De Bruin can also give us clarity on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. De Bruin. You're welcome to answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just on the question, we are in the final sort of throes of the deployment training. So we're in the process of going live. The next 6 or 7 weeks is going to be a period of hand-holding and people finding way around the system. But we are looking at having all the processes live and in use within the next 6 weeks. So that is the most accurate time frame that I can give at this stage. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. De Bruin, for that clarity. Councillor Haystack, your hand is up as well.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a quick one. Thanks for the presentation, Mr. De Bruin. It's quite insightful. I just want to, I see it's go far beyond just bylaws and policies. And I'm quite interested in the smart city whole and what the software are able to do. Is there any way that we can have access to some more information about Collaborator and what it's able to do for us? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Haystack. Deputy MM, I think you are equipped to answer this one.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor, there's numerous modules on the Collaborator system. So I think Smart City deals with getting, as Mr. De Bruin says, all your data available. What we will do is the Collaborator site has all the possibilities and manuals, etc. So we can share that. What we will also do is there is numerous videos on how to manage and how it works and how Collaborator works, how the individual modules work. And we are also busy uploading that on our e-learning hub. As you know, we have an e-learning hub for all our staff, and councillors also can have access to that. So we will also share that information, Councillor Haystack. And then there will also be the availability of the information, the document management, etc. But there will also be a scope within that. So we'll give that information, and then we will also, as Mr. De Bruin said, in the next 6-7 weeks, we are quite busy. This week there has been several engagements with staff and training, and business engineering is also going to come down to Caucus municipality to do more physical training. So it will be quite intensive. But Councillor Haystack, responding to you, yes, we will be able to give you also more information because there's numerous possibilities. And also with the technology we're currently having, it integrates with Collaborator in terms of our document management. So I think our next step will also be amending our ICT strategy, including the possibilities with the AI and the current works we're having. So we'll give that information, Councillor Haystack, and we'll give the information to the speaker to share to the councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy MM. I'm sure all the councillors are looking forward to that. And then the last one, Councillor van der Linde, before we move to acknowledgements and condolences, you may ask question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to know, so it means all the policies and bylaws going to be read into a file or whatever you call it. And are you going to maybe get other municipalities' bylaws also onto that we can do a comparison when we check on our bylaws, that we can go and have a look to what other municipalities say? It will help us a lot on that side, on the AR. So I just want to know, are we going to have a view on other municipalities also to check if our bylaws and policies is 100%? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linde. Deputy MM, it sounds like Van der Linde is suggesting other municipalities must benchmark with us eventually. Your thoughts on that?
Thanks, Speaker. Yeah, we already have numerous municipalities in the Western Cape currently benchmarking with us. Speaker, I think just to confirm, yes, all our bylaws is loaded on the system. All our policies are loaded on the system except 4 of them, which we just are busy with clarity. And now we're busy putting on the review dates. And then of all those bylaws, policies, officials will be informed timeously that policy or bylaw is up for review, and it will make sure that that policy is executed and as per legislation. In terms of looking at other bylaws from other municipalities, I'm not sure. We can just maybe get quickly clarity lastly for Mr. De Bruin on that matter. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy MM. I just want to say I can see Councillor Murray is also logged in. Welcome. I can see him. Then, if there's no more questions, I'm going to move over to acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. Honourable Mayor.
Sorry, before I give my congratulations, I just want to ask, I think there's one question that was skipped in terms of loading other municipalities' documents, as Councillor van der Linde asked. I don't think it's a terrible idea. I'm not sure practically in terms of a closed system and wanting it a closed system, how easily it is then to use AI and so forth. But I think that was unanswered. Sorry, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Alexander, your hand is up for acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations.
Speaker, good morning, everyone. Speaker, please allow me to congratulate our two Springbok new Springboks who won also some gold at the recent South Africa tournament. Dominique Malgas and Elziden Felix. Dominique is a resident in Ward 15 and Elziden is in Ward 4. Both of them completed their school year. Malgas completed the school year and Elziden in the Free State. So we are very proud on the achievements, and then also we want to wish Mani Lebok all the best wishes. Also a World Cup winner who will now playing in Japan rugby for the next 2 years. So we wish them well, and we are proud that Caucus is becoming a place where Springboks are born. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bandana, your hand is up next for congratulations, acknowledgements, or condolence.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me express my condolence for the family of Nora Abrams, the mother of one of Caucus employees who passed on last week, and also Mama Emericia Slabert, the wife of the late Patty Slabert, who was supported by the Rugby Foundation in Western Cape. However, she passed on without getting support from municipality for a title deed and so on. Yeah, and then let me go to the congratulations. I just want to congratulate the great work done by the Lieutenant General Mkwanazi in arresting those criminals that took the life of Cindy Somagaba on the 13th of July, 2017. And amongst them is a municipal manager and a late mayor who killed himself, who could not stand to go to court. We are saying that to all that are involved in corrupt activities in any government department, the law is going to get you. Thank you, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to congratulate Councillor Peterson on the birth of his child. I hear he's a new dad, or not a new dad, but a dad again. And just wanted to congratulate him. Sorry that he's not here. But yes, congratulations.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Kilishani, your hand is up next.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the EFF,
We have lost Councillor Kilishani. He's lost. I'm going to give over to Councillor Zona until he comes back into the meeting. Councillor Zona.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning once more. Mine is condolences to the family of Dietlof here in Henge Rononkel Street. where they lost their father, a grandfather. Condolences to the family who I think was buried last Saturday here in Hengi. And I'll also perhaps want to congratulate Councillor Peterson on being nominated by Contralesa to form part of the delegation that's going to Canada on the 27th to the 28th of August this year on land advice by being invited by the Land Advisory Board. So I would just want to congratulate him on that the Caucus issues of land will also be heard in Canada. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to congratulate everyone that was involved with the World Surf League. Speaker, it was wonderful to see so many people that came to Koga, to see how many of our guest house and restaurants were filled, and just the injection it was into our local economy. So congratulations to everyone that was involved by helping to make sure that it was a successful event. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Willifant, acknowledgements, condolences, or congratulations.
Enkosi kakhulu Somlomo. Somlomo, emva kwale nkqubo yakho ndicela uchief
Councillor Willifant.
ndithi ndicela uSomlomo avumele igugula le-ANC xa ugqibile ukuba le nto uyenza.
Councillor Willifant, we would like to share in your congratulations and acknowledgements. Could you kindly give it to us in English, as I ruled?
Andizoyenza loo nto, ndicela igugula le-ANC phantsi kochief whip uZana.
But Speaker, you can ask if you don't understand.
Councillor, could the administration please mute Councillor
Speaker.
Willifant? Councillor Zona, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Now I was going to request for a caucus, Speaker, from
Yes,
the
I
ANC.
think that's a very good idea. Could the administration put us in a caucus for 5 minutes, please, so we can sort this out? Thank you very much.
Sebesifakile qabane uZana. Comrade Zana, sebesifakile abantu.
Welcome back, everybody. Councillor Zana, would you like to say something or give us some feedback?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask Councillor Mbadana to give us the feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mbadana.
Okay. Thank you, my leader. My leader, let me first actually raise a very serious matter of disgust with the placing of Councillor Oliphant in a waiting room, who is a Xhosa and from a province that is a majority Xhosa speaking. We are raising this as a serious point of discrimination, which was denied by this council in a media statement. As a Xhosa speaker, he's discriminated against his Xhosa speaking language, his mother tongue, which is an official language in South Africa. And definitely now we are going to lay a formal complaint with the Human Rights and the Pan-South African Language Board. The speaker has proven herself that she placed a person who wants to express his views, not that he's illiterate, he can't speak English, but it's an official language, a dominant language in the province. So by that, we want it to be recorded on the council minutes that we are raising a discrimination case against Gouga, adding with what Brian Lulu did with Councillor Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Oliphant was put in the waiting room after I have ruled that we do the meeting in English, and we have concurred in previous meetings that we're busy with the rules and order update. And in there, we will specify exactly what language we do. But in the meantime, I have ruled, and Councillor Oliphant has spoken over me, and I have warned him. And that resulted for me to put him in the waiting room. If he continues, I will continue to put him in the waiting room. And as Speaker of this council, I have to adhere to the rules of council. And if Councillor Oliphant continues the way he is, I do have authority to ask him to leave the meeting. Thank you. I'm going to move over to acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. Councillor Oliphant, do you have an acknowledgement, condolence, congratulations? Councillor Oliphant, we cannot hear you. Councillor Oliphant, you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Councillor Oliphant, you're welcome to write to my office if you wanted to say congratulations. But
Andinazo somlomo. Iza kufaka
Councillor Oliphant has left. I cannot see him anymore. Then I'm going to move over to the statements and the communication by the Speaker.
I'm here in the meeting, Speaker. I'm here in the corner.
Thank you, Councillor Oliphant. Can you continue your acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations?
Ndigqibile into bendithetha, Speaker. Ndigqibile, Nkosi kakhulu.
Okay, we have tried numerous times. I'm going to finish. Are there anybody else that would like to do acknowledgement, condolence, or congratulation? I do not see any other hands. So then I'm going to move over to number 7, statements or communication by the Speaker. That's myself. Honourable Mayor and members of the Council, officials, online guests and colleagues. As July ends, we reflect on a very busy and productive month. Councillors participated in conflict management training and was pleased to see all the engagement in the workshop focused on updating our standing rules and order. J-Bay also saw a major boost with a successful hosting of the World Surf League. This event was so well attended, it brought vibrance to our town and a significant contribution to the local economy. I'm looking forward to the rest of the council meeting, and I trust it will be fruitful. Thank you very much. Then I move to number 8, statements or communications by the Executive Mayor. Mayor, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning to you as Speaker, to our Mayoral Committee and councillors, to the MM and the officials. It's wonderful to be here with you again this morning. I do want to reflect on just one or two things and remind the council as we go into our new financial year, or this is the first council meeting of the new financial year. There are certain very high priorities on our priority list, and I want to make sure that both us as council understand and our administration sees the urgency of for us to reach these goals and achieve the targets that we've set ourselves. We've gone through a long process of IDP engagements. Thereafter, the budget was set accordingly. After that, we've decided on a service delivery and budget implementation plan. To date, we've got performance contracts that's been signed by the MM directors, managers, and so forth. And for the first time, we're cascading it down to lower level staff, which is very exciting, which means we are, as council, are enabled to hold these lower level staff to account accordingly. So that's a first for us as a council, and I'm therefore very proud of the work that the administration has done with that. Our 4 priorities that we started speaking about 2 years ago, firstly, which was roads, and I'm really excited that we are now at a stage of implementation. The long process of getting finances to actually start our rehabilitation of our roads has concluded, and we're now in the implementation process where contractors have been appointed and new contractors, more contractors are in the process of being appointed so that we can do as many roads in as short as possible at time, which was the objective from day one. So I'm very thankful to, again, to our administration for implementing and driving this process. It's really going very well, and we have, a week or two ago, we were at about 29 kilometers, and I'm sure we've done a few more kilometers in the last week or two. Then secondly, our wastewater treatment works was in a worrying state, and we needed to make quick action and quick work on quite a few of our plants. We've made significant progress on our wastewater treatment works in Humansdorp, which is almost complete, and really looking forward to opening that officially very soon and having that back up working for the first time in probably 15 years. So I'm looking forward to seeing that working properly. And then we've made significant upgrades and put new processes in place to operate and maintain and just function as a municipality on all our wastewater treatment works. And I really want to thank our director for driving that very specifically, because it is such an important process for us. The green drop reports just concluded, and we hope to get the results of that very soon, and we expect a massive increase in our green drop score from where it was 3 years ago. We're not where we want to be in that regard yet, so it will remain one of our priorities, but a massive progress has been made over the last 2 years. And thirdly, our electricity plan for this municipality is progressing well. There's a few things that is happening concurrently, and we're really proud of the work that the team is doing as far as solar panel installations on our 20 hectares in Humansdorp. We're partnering there with some companies to make sure that we use that space optimally. We're making good progress on battery storage. We're making good progress as far as SCADA implementation is concerned. We are electrifying some of our electrifying, is that the right word? I'm not sure. We are giving electricity to residents that have never ever had electricity, and in so doing, cutting illegal connections as well, which makes our revenue increase, and which is a big plus for us. and so forth. So there's a lot of very exciting energy things happening to make us, at the end of the day, less reliant on Eskom, and we will then be able to charge our residents less for the use of electricity, which is the end goal. Then lastly, our customer service component of our four priorities, four key priorities, is progressing. We've made some significant improvements from that point of view in terms of training our front of our staff, in terms of appointing key personnel to make sure that we get a better service experience from when residents visit our offices. Again, there's still a lot of work to do with phones being picked up, with emails being answered, and so forth. And we are making good progress on that, but we're not where we want to be yet. But we are seeing movement, at least in the right direction, and we will continue to press that as hard as we possibly can. And then I just want to mention one more thing in terms of finances for the new financial year. And this is the first time I had a budget steering committee about 2 weeks ago with our team, directors and managers, and it was really amazing to see the very early progress on tender processes that has been finalized already for grant funding and for capital spend on for capital projects on our budget. And at this stage, we're pushing extremely hard to be at 70% spent already by December, which would be probably the first time ever we're that high by December. And it's important for us because that will allow us to receive more money for these projects and then be able to implement that as well. So I do want to thank our PMU team and the MM for driving that extremely hard. I do also want to agree with Speaker with you as far as the WSL is concerned. It was an amazing event of the winter holiday period. We've had a very successful Allo Cup, and literally thousands of people came into town spending their money in our local businesses. In other words, investing and pushing money back into our local economy. In other words, people can make a better life, and people are able to businesses are able to operate, keep the doors open for longer, even employ more people, and in so doing, people can have a better life, which is the sole purpose of us supporting events like this and like the WSL. It was by far the biggest WSL event that we've ever had, and I do want to thank Graham Stapleberg, obviously of the WSL, and our local organizers, Ari Krook and his team, for arranging this. And it's really wonderful to have this event here, and we're really thankful that they will be coming back next year again. So that's really exciting. We're really excited to have them back. And Speaker, as we move into this new financial year, I would like to urge councillors to keep an eye on the SDBIPs that will be coming through, so that we can make sure that we hold our administration accountable for the targets that we have set them, in order for us to properly implement our budget and make sure that we deliver the services that our residents deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Moving over to point number 9, disclosure of interest. Anybody would like to disclose any interest? I don't see any hands. We don't have any statutory matters today.
Speaker?
Councillor Peterson, I received an apology from you. Are you back in the meeting today?
Yes, Speaker, I just wanted to alert you to the fact that I am done with the legal proceedings at the Humansdorp Magistrates Court, and I've joined the meeting. Even though I have submitted or tendered an apology, I will be in the meeting, and I would hope that since I've joined the meeting, I will be allowed any questions of clarity if I were to seek such.
Welcome, Councillor. You will be allowed on speakers that ask questions to have a clarity question.
Just before I completely accept the allowance, Speaker, I just wanted to check, is the Mayor Hatton, he does not have any declarations of interest that he wants to tender, just to make sure.
He didn't indicate anything. Thank you, Councillor, for asking. We've checked. He didn't indicate. Then I'm moving to item number 11, minutes of the previous mayoral committee. There weren't mayoral committees, so we don't have any today. Then I'm moving to item number 12, confirmation of the minutes of the previous council minute, 12.1, minutes of the special council meeting held on 13 June 2025 from page 7 to 16. Any questions, proposals on these minutes? Any questions? Any proposals? Councillor Gertenbach.
I propose that we accept the minutes, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Do I have anybody to second this? Councillor Ruth.
I'm happy to second the minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then I'm moving over to 12.2, minutes of an ordinary council meeting held on 26 June 2025 from page 17 to 49. Questions, proposals? Councillor August.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think page 48, Speaker, if I've got it right, they both the votes counted for in favour.
Sorry, Councillor August, could you quickly repeat? You were breaking away a little bit.
Yes, if I'm at the correct page 48, both votes, the outcome of the vote, both said in favour. Can you just look at that?
Yes, it says in favour 16, in favour 5. Oh, yes, it should stay not in favour. Thank you. Could the administration please fix that? Alderman Williams.
Thanks, Speaker. If I could just get clarification on the policies and bylaws that we approved at the previous council meeting. The disposable and lease of council-owned immovable assets, whether that's been published on the website as point resolution 2 on page 29, and then whether the two property-related, the integrated land use scheme and the building aesthetics bylaw, if I can get confirmation that they've been published for public input as per the council resolutions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman Williams. MM, I'm not sure if you want to give over to Director Ramakowela to answer on that.
Yes, I give over to Director Ramakowela.
Thank you, thank you again, Speaker. I can confirm that they have not been published yet. We've been in communication with committee services. We're factoring the amendments, and I believe we needed to get few signatures from the but indication is that they will be published on the website this week still. We are in the process of doing that. With regards to the two policies and the bylaws, we were creating special emails for those bylaws, including the SDF, because we anticipate that we'll receive a lot of comments. We've been communicating with IT to create just special emails for all those documents, and we've already drafted notices, and we should be publishing in the upcoming week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, would you like to propose these minutes with the changes?
Thank you, Speaker. Just one rectification, Speaker. I will and have never abstained to any vote. So it is incorrect to ever have my name annexed to abstain. I will never abstain on any vote. I was evicted from the meeting without a vote. That does not mean I abstained. It was precisely because of my strong, profuse contestation to the item that I was evicted. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, you didn't vote, so we mark it as abstain. So you didn't vote in favour or not in favour? Community
Not
Service
in favour. Not in favour. I did not abstain.
Okay. So can I have a proposal with all these changes, with the mistake on page 48 and changing Councillor Peterson to voting not in favour? Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, I suggest we check the records. We cannot. I think if there's changes or incorrections, minutes that's incorrectly reflecting, I think the process is to not just accept it, but unless everybody agrees, but that we just check on the record, because Councillor Peterson can't change his vote or say that he's not in favor now. We're not voting now. It can't indicate what he was voting then. We need to check the record and then correct it and bring the minutes back. I propose we do that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the community service also checked their records here, and they definitely, Councillor Peterson didn't vote, so it means then we mark him as abstained. So he didn't say in
Speaker?
favour or not in favour. So we
Speaker?
cannot do that. So my
Speaker,
ruling is we're not going to take that one.
if I may add, Speaker, if I'm allowed to add, Speaker, we must look at the context. You can't say I did not vote. I was not allowed to vote. So it's not an abstainment. Abstain is when you say I don't want to vote. But when you are forced not to vote, it's a totally different ballgame.
Councillor Peterson, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask community committee services to go and listen to the recording so we can just have the exact what was the situation there. Thank you.
No problem, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Gludlu, do you have a correction or proposal?
I was the speaker, but you've corrected the matter, so I will stand down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we will go and check the records and then we'll bring these minutes back to be proposed and things. Thank you. Councillor Gertenbach, did you have anything to add?
Nothing to add. I just wanted to propose that we accept the minutes, Speaker.
Yeah, I'm actually going to send it back so we can check the recording so we can give clarity to Councillor Peterson of the exact words that was used and things. So we'll bring it back in the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, that was 12.2. I'm going to go to 13.1. We do not have any reports from Sarah Bartman, and I have asked hopefully with the next meeting, we will bring back a motion to re-elect, that we can select somebody else to bring us reports from the district. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a clarity question. I am of the opinion that the last time I personally raised this strongly, that we don't receive any reports from these meetings, and we can't allow it. It was then agreed by council that these elected or deployed individuals will come together and make a decision amongst themselves who will be responsible to bring this report. I am of the opinion that if that was the resolution that was taken, the resolution has now fallen into default, where a reconsideration of this delegation needs to be proposed and tabled in front of council, because they have failed to produce exactly that, which is a collective decision on who is responsible. We can't continue to pass this over to the next meeting, without it having results coming
Thank
from
you,
this
Councillor
resolution.
Peterson. I was quickly informed here by community committee services. We haven't had a portfolio, so the administration haven't had the opportunity to present that they bring back the council resolution for an update. So I'm expecting it to come to our portfolio meetings in September. Thank
Noted,
you.
Speaker.
Councillor Foley, did you wanted to add something to this?
Speaker, I thank you. I just also want to confirm that the District Municipalities Council has not sat since our last council meeting, so therefore there's also no report to submit to our council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Mpadana, any other clarity on this item?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, Chair, I should have lowered my hand just before Councillor Foley had spoken, but I'm sure my chief Ngonyama is correct on the approach that was resolved in the last meeting. So if there perhaps was no meeting, let me just stand down, but there's a clear mandate to what should happen. And I also anchor the resolution that is bringing also forward as part of the committee. If it can't do the work, it should be dissolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I'm going to move over to 13.2, Caucus Audit Committee, KAC 1, minutes of the Caucus Audit Committee. Any comments from page 52 to 52? But I'm going to give over to Deputy MM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Usually it is the Caucus Audit Committee Chairperson that tables the minutes. Mr. De Lange is in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Lange. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies for the voice. Madam Speaker, Honourable Executive Mayor, Councillors, Directors, and colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to address you on the work of the Audit Committee. I table today the minutes of the second quarter Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 25th of March and is tabled today for consideration. If you allow me, Speaker, I just have a short statement to make.
Yes, you may.
First of all, Chair, let me indicate that this report of the Audit Committee, the committee's audit plan is now fully implemented and forms the basis of the agenda and quarterly reporting. And I'd want to add here that the support that we're getting from the Secretariat, Management and Internal Audit is really making the work in terms of providing assurance very effective. A revised approach to the meetings of the Audit and Risk Committee was introduced by allocating presentation responsibilities of selected agenda items of the Audit Committee to fellow Audit Committee members. So it's not only the chairperson now that is active throughout the whole meeting. And the two other committee members are now introducing various items. This is intended to enhance active participation and collective ownership of committee deliberations. The committee has emphasized the importance of proper onboarding of new committee members through a structured induction program and ongoing training. In this regard, SALGA and MPAC dealt with training held on the 19th and 20th of March, was noted as valuable and well attended by Caucus local municipality delegates. The importance of understanding the roles of observers and invitees to the Audit Committee was also highlighted with specific reference to the Audit Committee Charter. The clarity ensures transparency while maintaining the independence of the Audit Committee, which is very important, as it is an advisory committee of Council. At that meeting, the minutes of meetings of 27th of August and 11th of December were also adopted, and these minutes have already been tabled in Council. We looked at, under internal audit and risk management, we looked very closely at fraud and disciplinary matters, and there was quite a long debate in terms of how fraud risk management should be managed within the institution. Under matters arising, the committee discussed the need for a structured process to manage fraud allegations and disciplinary matters. It was clarified that the responsibility for handling fraud cases should not default to the internal audit unit, because there was a belief that this would impact negatively on their independence. The committee supported a proposal that departmental heads handle straightforward misconduct cases through standard disciplinary procedures, while complex cases of financial misconduct should be escalated to the disciplinary board. The municipal manager indicated that although a formal fraud risk register did not yet exist, its development would be prioritized. A zero tolerance stance on corruption was reaffirmed. The committee emphasized the need for internal investigations before engaging external forensic services and encouraged the training of departmental heads in consequence management. It was resolved that completed items on matters arising be removed to maintain a focused agenda. It was also recommended that the Internal Audit Division include, and this is very important, the review of the fraud risk management in the internal audit plan, which is tabled today for consideration by Council. Looking at the internal audit findings tracker, this is a tool that we use to keep track of all internal audit reports and the recommendations that the internal auditors have made to improve internal control. The committee expressed concern over the limited progress in resolution of internal audit findings since the previous report, and it was agreed that management meetings be convened to expedite the implementation of the outstanding internal audit recommendations. Of particular concern were 31 audit findings marked as not yet tested. A full testing cycle was proposed to be completed by the end of the financial year. The committee further supported the proposal to reflect the number of findings resolved in a separate column of the tracker to improve visibility. Other matters that the committee dealt with were the evaluations, the annual evaluations of the audit committee, the internal audit unit, as well as the budget and treasury, which the audit committee recommended should be concluded by 31st December 2025 in line with the audit committee charter. I can report today that the evaluations have been initiated and the report will subsequently be produced. Financial oversight, the committee acknowledged persistent challenges facing the municipality, particularly with respect to outstanding debt, water and electricity losses, and management informed the committee that there are revenue enhancing strategies and that these strategies will deal with the challenges that I just referred to. Service delivery and risk emphasis was placed on closely monitoring project implementation and contractor performance to ensure capital projects were delivered by June 2025. Looking at internal audit oversight, the committee received and considered multiple internal audit reports, which included supply chain management, electrical infrastructure, condition assessment, performance information reviews, as well as housing delivery controls and audit action plan. Looking at the internal audit plan versus the actual reports for 24-25, we were assured that these internal audits would be completed by 30th of June. Looking at the ICT risk register, we were, as a committee, also informed that the ICT policies are under review, including cyber security policy aligned with the recently awarded cyber security tender, and that the external validation of IT maturity assessments was suggested. The committee welcomed improved user access control measures and noted the need for stricter monitoring of data usage across the devices. This is now internal and also looking at private use of data. Then looking at the financial oversight, all the reports were tabled and discussed in some detail. And the CFO and municipal manager are commended for the transparent engagement, and the committee requested the capital expenditure reports include reasons for underspending in future. Looking at performance management, I'm almost finished, Madam Speaker. The committee reviewed the mid-year institutional performance report and raised some concerns about the control environment. Corporate services reports were reviewed. Governance and compliance. Today as well, the audit committee charter and internal audit charters are also tabled for consideration by council. And then finally, the audit committee confirms that it is discharging its responsibilities as outlined in the MFMA and the audit committee charter. The committee remains committed to strengthening oversight, ensuring accountability, and supporting the municipality in achieving a clean audit outcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. De Lange. It was quite a comprehensive explanation on KIC 1 and KIC 2. I do not have any speakers on this item, so I'm going to move on to number 13.3. We don't have rules and ethics committee. We haven't had one yet. Then I'm moving over to 13.4. We don't have municipal public accounts.
Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Peterson.
Apologies for jumping in, but I raised my hand and you
Yeah,
proceeded, so forgive
unfortunately,
me.
I cannot take questions because we didn't have speakers on that one, so you won't be able to ask a clarity question. If you have questions, Councillor Peterson, you're welcome to send it to my office. If you had questions on the audit committee, you're most welcome.
All right.
Then I'm going to move to item number 13.5, municipal bylaws and policies, and then I'm going to give over to Fani, the committee MMC on that one. Thank you, Councillor Haystack.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to get my document right here. Just a second for me, please. Oh, sorry, Chair, can you just help me with the page number?
It is page number 88, Councillor.
88, thank you, Speaker. Okay, we're on the Caucus Municipality Fleet Policy. The background is that the Caucus Municipality Fleet Policy was workshopped on the 10th of October 2024 and was reviewed by the Municipal Bylaws Policy Committee on 2025, June 2025, and was a recommendation that the amended Caucus Municipality Fleet Policy be submitted to Council for approval. And the recommendation is that the Caucus Municipality Fleet Policy be approved by Council and the Caucus Municipality Policy be published to the Caucus website. So just give it to the Council for approval. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, as the chairperson alluded now, there has been extensive workshopping on this policy to ensure that our fleet is managed well. So a lot of work has gone into this policy. Speaker, I would just like to make one small or two small amendments to the policy, if I may. On 6.1.5, it starts by reading heads of department. I just want to change that to the relevant directors. And then at 6.1.8, I would like to change that the start of that sentence that says the relevant director. I would like to change that to the relevant manager. And just to bring context why I bring the change, Speaker, I would like the sentence to read that the relevant manager is responsible for the management of the fleet and assets that has been permanently allocated to their respective departments. Speaker, and then lastly, just to make sure that the management and the reports of fleet that is used or misused perhaps gets reported correctly, I would like to make the last amendment on page number 122, where it says reports of bad driving. Currently, the policy reads that all vehicles to be branded with a report bad driving to the Caucus phone number that is written out on the policy sticker. I would just like to amend that it says that all vehicles to be branded with a report bad driving to the call center, and then the number as written, we're just indicating then also option 5, so that the public is just clear on where to report the bad driving. And then Speaker, obviously, I would just like to amend the recommendation saying that after the council approves the amended policy, or the policy as amended. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. I have the 3 proposal amendments. Councillor Alexander, are you proposing or seconding?
Speaker, good morning. I am seconding the proposals, the 3 proposals made by Councillor Foley. And then also I would like to add additional recommendation under 10.3 on page 90, Speaker.
Yes, 10.3.
That the approved policy hereby repeal and replace the current usage of official council vehicle policy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Glutlu, are you seconding this one with the amended? There's the 3 that Councillor Foley made, and then another addition that Councillor Alexander made. Are you seconding this proposal?
Yes, Speaker, but I'd also like to make a correction that is on 103 that was not amended. Page 103, right at the top, it is part of paragraph 9.1.4, and this is that the second line be deleted. And then I approve with the changes. Thank you.
Councillor, quickly tell me where, page 103, which sentence, 9 point?
All political office bearers are excluded from driving or traveling in municipal fleet. Speaker, why I'm saying that the deletion of that line is because if the mayor were to visit, for example, Ward Councillor Nzelani, and Nzelani Councillor has wanted to show the mayor
Order, Speaker.
a problem
Order,
on
Speaker.
an area that is not
Councillor Glutlu, hold on a second. Councillor Zana, your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want, in terms of rule, I'm rising in rule of 31, precedence of the Speaker. I want to check with you, Speaker, is Councillor Dludlu part of the Speaker's list? Because now he's contributing as a Speaker's list. I just want to check, has he been submitted as a Speaker's list? Because he's not seconding. Pardon me?
Yes, he is on the speaker's list,
But then,
Councillor.
Speaker, but then you did not then give him to say, Councillor Dludlu, it's your turn to speak so that because now I don't know, I'm also a speaker's list, but I don't know where I stand. Whether are you giving opportunity for the proposal made by Councillor Foley to be seconded? I'm totally lost in terms of where you are, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor, let me just finish with Councillor Glutlu, then I'm going to give to you. I'm just trying to understand what addition is coming from Councillor Glutlu, and he was saying the last one. So, Councillor Glutlu, you would like one sentence to be removed on page 103. Do you have, you proposing that? Do you have a proposer on that? A seconder. Councillor Glutlu, I don't see any seconders on that. I'm going to give over to Councillor Zana for his next on my speakers list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to everyone in the meeting and also our public. Madam Speaker, perhaps mine was just perhaps a point of clarity. I think I am in agreement with what Councillor Foley have raised in terms of report a bad driving to the call center. But my only concern with that, because if we were to go to section 9.18 of the policy, where it talks about political party, that a vehicle may not be used for political party or union activities. When I see a municipal vehicle being used for a political activity, how anonymous or the level of anonymity for me to report it at a call center, how will that work out? Madam Speaker, because I just have a clarity in terms of that, the lines of reporting. When you see something happening, because the call center, I know, I'm not saying I don't trust the staff there, but how will the whistleblowers be protected in reporting this? Then the other section I want to talk to, Madam Speaker, is on the categorization of the vehicles, because I know the mayor is using a state vehicle. Why is the mayor's vehicle not marked? Because it should be marked so that it does not do what we don't want it to do in terms of section 9.18 of our policy. Then the final part I want to talk to, Madam Speaker, it's section 36 of the policy, where it speaks mostly about when the vehicle is redundant and it's over its mileage is over. But I just want to check, why can't we insert to say that a vehicle that is perhaps over 500,000 kilometers is no longer perhaps in good use? Because I know that for some time we've wasted money on old fleet where we had to repair trucks that were very old, but then they'll have to go back to the workshop to go and be repaired. But can't we put in a section in this policy that speaks to the mileage of the car, because the warranty goes off after a certain kilometers, but then it cannot be continuous over 500,000 kilometers, Madam Speaker. So I wanted a section that will speak directly into the disposal in terms of the mileage of the car should also be something that we are going to consider. Thank you very much, Speaker. And I do second Councillor Foley on what he has raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. I'm not sure if you want to give over to Director Madat that can answer some of those technical questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I will give over to Director Madat to speak on the vehicles.
Thank you, Speaker. If I can just respond on some of the items. I agree with Councillor Foley. I think we just did not record some of the items that was discussed in the committee meeting correctly, but those were mentioned, and we will commence with those changes. I'm not sure if at this stage we can address new amendments to the document after the workshop and the committee meeting. Like, for instance, the comment from Councillor Lulu that the second line must be removed. I'm not sure if we can remove that, or should this go back to a committee or workshop. And then in terms of anonymity in the call center, we will have to see how we can address those issues. We don't expect our colleagues to we expect our colleagues to keep these conversations or reports confidential in any case. So there should maybe be a HR policy with regards to that. Then section 36, the redundancy, and in terms of the kilometers of our vehicles, that issue is addressed in this document. I just don't have it in front of me at this stage, Madam Speaker, but there is a redundancy clause in this document. It might just not speak about the amount of kilometers to be driven. So if I can just maybe get clarity on 9.1.4, can we remove that second line in terms of the political transportation with regards to the fleet? Those are my items. That's my response, MM. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I did not get a seconder for the proposal Councillor Glulu did. So at this stage, the only proposal and second I have is the changes that Councillor Foley and Councillor Alexander made. Councillor Zona, any question of clarity?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine, perhaps, Madam Speaker, is on the vehicle that the mayor is using, whether the vehicle, is it a municipal vehicle, how is it categorized, and why is it also not marked? Because all municipal vehicles are marked. That's my clarity, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Director Medad, would you like to have clarity on it? I believe this is new, so I'm not sure if this was in the old policy, all the branding. Would you like to answer? I see Director Medad is battling with his unmute button.
Sorry, Speaker, my apologies. Sorry, I just went out for a second. Can you just repeat the question?
The question was the branding. This is new in the policy. I don't think it was ever before in the policy, the branding of the vehicles.
Yes, to address the issue with regards to branding specifically of the mayor's vehicle, the policy refers to branding of all vehicles. So if the mayor is driving a vehicle that is paid for by the municipality, then it is expected that that vehicle should be branded as well. So yeah, that's in terms of the branding. In terms of the kilometers, it is not taken up in the policy and it wasn't part of the discussions through the workshops and the committee meetings. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I am sure that the CFO will have more clarity on the age of the vehicles and how the replacement of assets work. If I can ask Director Lorgaard if he could give us some clarity on that.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, with regards to the age, we had discussions on it in terms of timeframes and whether it's standardizing it. Unfortunately, there isn't a fixed time that can be placed on the vehicles. You normally have either 5 years, early or 5 years and 150 kilometers. However, from a fleet perspective, they said at that point you find there's minor issues with the vehicle that can be repaired and it extends the lifespan of the vehicle by another 2 to 3 years. So the issue of value for money from a maintenance perspective and extending the useful life was a topic of discussion. So the replacement does come through or will be considered within the asset useful life policy, where that specifies the estimated lifespan of all assets. So that is being considered. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. There is a little bit of ambient noise. I hope it doesn't affect what I say too much. Councillor Foley indicated what needs to be done when members of the public see contraventions of the fleet policy. My question is, how do we ensure that those complaints finds expression? As I've reported, Stephen driving with a municipal vehicle, smoking in the vehicle, throwing the cigarette out the vehicle while it's still lit, and nothing was done. It was just ignored. So how do we ensure compliance in terms of action being taken? Councillor Zana also made mention of vehicles not being used for political activities. During the national government elections,
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. I witnessed an employee of Koga municipality driving voters in the Valdam VD and raised this and nothing happened. My question is, how do we ensure action being taken and as council see that these illegal activities are taken seriously? The marking of Councillor Hartung Borman's vehicle.
Time is over, Councillor Peterson. Thank you.
Can I make a proposal that it be marked?
Thank you. Councillor Peterson, the process is to report it. If you don't get joy, you're welcome to report it through the Speaker's office with the reference number from the call centre. Any other questions?
To the MM. So do I now escalate it to your office?
Yes, Councillor Peterson, with the reference numbers. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Then we don't have any other clarity. So this policy carries without with the amendment proposed and seconded. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Hasek, over to you for PB2.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on page 140 to 175, and that is the Caucus Local Municipality Fire Management Plan. The Caucus Municipality Fire Management Plan was workshopped on the 18th of March and was reviewed by the Municipal Bylaw and Policy Committee on 25 June 2025 with a recommendation that the amended Caucus Local Municipality Fire Management Plan be submitted to Council for approval. The recommendation is that Caucus Local Municipality Fire Management Plan be approved by Council and that the Caucus Local Municipality Fire Management Plan be published on the Caucus website. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hasek. I do not have any speakers on this policy. Are there anybody that opposes this policy to carry on with the normal processes? Councillor Peterson, do you object to this policy?
No, Speaker. I raised a proposal in the previous item which was ignored. I said I propose that the vehicle of Councillor Berman be marked. That's a proposal.
Councillor Peterson, you never got a seconder, so nobody else put their hands up for a seconder, and we've passed that, and that's part of the new policy. We have discussed it, so it is part of the new policy. Thank you. Honourable. Here we go. Okay, so there's no objections on PB2. So this policy is going through the normal processes to be approved. Councillor Hasek, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on page 176 to 233, and that is the Caucus Municipality Coastal Management Bylaw. The approval of the Caucus Municipality Coastal Management Bylaw was workshop 18 March 2025 and was reviewed by the Municipal Bylaw and Policy Committee on 25 June with the recommendation that the amended Caucus Municipality Coastal Management Plan Bylaw be submitted to the Council for approval. And the recommendation is that the Council approves the Caucus Municipality Coastal Bylaw. And 10.2, that the approved Coastal Management Bylaw be published for public inputs as required in terms of Municipal Systems Act, Act 32 of 2000 as amended. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hasek. I've got Alderman Williams as the first speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. We just need to propose some amendments to the actual recommendation. So I'm just going to read in what the new recommendation should read. And that's 7.1, that Council supports and adopts the Coastal Management Bylaw. 7.2, that the draft Coastal Management Bylaw be published for public comment in a manner that allows the public an opportunity to make representations with regard to the proposed bylaw. And that's 7.3, that the draft Coastal Management Bylaw be referred back to the Municipal Council following the implementation and finalisation of the public participation process referred to in 7.2 above for approval. Thank you, Speaker. That's my proposal.
Thank you, Alderman. I'm just going to change yours, not 7.1, but 10.1. Honourable Mayor, are you seconding or any other contributions?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I'll second the proposals, amended recommendations as proposed by Councillor Alderman Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Foley, you also speak on this item.
Thank you, Speaker. I also would like to support Alderman Williams. There is some clarities that are needed on the bylaw, just on specifically when it comes to the fine schedule, but I will participate in it through the public participation process. Speaker, I just also, and apologies for bringing a nitty-gritty to Council, but I just want to ask that all our policies and bylaws gets submitted on a standard template so that they look the same, that they've got the same sequence, in terms of numbering, in terms of when we use the intro page, for example, that still says insert something. If that can just be corrected also before we send it for public participation. Thank you, Speaker. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Deputy MM De Jager, did you note that the look and the feel of the policies need to take the same form and size?
Thank you, Speaker. We note that, and that is what we're busy with through the collaborator. That's why we have also included the policy module in and busy with that, so that all the policies and all the bylaws at the end of the day look and feel the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was the end of my speakers list, and we've got a recommendation and a proposal. Are there any objections on this recommendations and proposals for this policy to go for public participation? None. So this policy will then go for public participation, which is wonderful. Then to the next item, 14, report back from Minimec. We don't have any reports from Minimec. Then I'm moving over to number 15, reports by the Office of the Municipal Manager. Then I will give over to the MM, Mr. Du Plessis.
Thank you, Speaker. The first item is 25/7 MM1, and that is from page 235. The recommendations are on page 236.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Foley.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. Speaker, I just would like to ask perhaps for an update on the item that deals with the homeless shelter. Speaker, I'm just trying to get to it's on page 262, and it's PDT4, and it says that negotiations are still ongoing with the property owner. If we can just get an update on that. And then, Speaker, on page 246, item number PDT6, but it's currently under Finance and Economic Development. The grant in aid policy speaks, the progress talks about the integrated economic development strategy that was approved by Council, and that the grant in aid policy will flow from that. Speaker, I would just like to ask through you to the CFO if we can just on all the progress that speaks to the economic development strategy, if we can just get implementation dates for all the things that need to flow out of the economic development strategy, like when the grant in aid policy will be finalized. Similarly, the COGA SMME forum, when that will be finalized. If you can just get action dates on the progress column, that would assist. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. MM, I'm not sure if you want to give over to the two directors so they can quickly answer the questions.
Yes, I'm going to give over to CFO first to deal with the last question, and then we can go to Director Ramakwela on negotiations around the property. Over to CFO, over to you.
Thank you, MM. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the issue on that was raised, I take note of it, and I will definitely include the expected dates that we will be implementing. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you.
Then Director Ramakwela.
Thank you, MM. With regards to the homeless shelter, MMC, when we say we're still in negotiation, we had discussion with a nominated member of the church to represent the church, who was representing the church rather, and they made a request for an additional property over and above what was resolved or what was discussed previously in terms of just the sale in agreed amount. And they have since requested a vacant residential property from the municipality, which we thought the cost will be way over the property value. And they said, in their response, they said no. What they will do is they will take the matter back to the church, and they will to the church committee, and they will revert to the municipality. We have not had a response, MMC, and we will be following up during the course of this week to see if they've had a chance to sit and finalize the matter, and then we'll provide an update to council again and also to yourself. We can do so in writing after we've contacted them. Thank you.
Thank you both directors for that clarity. I'm moving over to the next speaker on this item is Councillor Ruth.
Thank you, Speaker. If we can look at page 238 of the action sheet, the first item, which is 30th of July 19, rescission of a previous council resolution. In previous councils, we have asked that where there are numerous lines referring to a common topic, that they be categorized together within the action sheet so that the history can be traced within one line referring to that. And this hasn't happened. So that if the administration can please be reminded that that was requested by council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ruth. Could we please be serious about this one? I think we have asked before that we merge it. It just makes it much easier to read on the action sheets if they group together, and it goes from the oldest to the latest update on that one.
Noted, Speaker, and we will work on it.
Thank you. My next speaker is Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, Speaker, I fully agree with what Councillor Ruth just said. And then, Speaker, yes, I took some time and I compared last month's action sheet with this month's action sheet. And I must say there's little bit, not much done on this action sheet. And some of the committees just added a new date and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just a little bit worrying. But on my WhatsApp speaker on page 3 to 8, the first topic is still on the action sheet, and we did say on portfolio that must be removed because it speaks again in the action sheet. Then on same page 2112 MM2, this matter is also since 21 on this action sheet. If we can get feedback on the delegations registers. And then on page 243 2506 MM2, the underperformance was never discussed at portfolio level. And can we get more information on that, Speaker? Then on page 247 2503 Fed 1, in the previous council also, the CFO said there will be progress made on this fresh mini market on the previous meeting. And I can see on the action sheet there's nothing been done. If we can just get some feedback from the CFO. Then on what I picked up also there under Fed 15 and 16 on the previous action sheet, it was marked purple and no action been taken. And that's what I asked the speaker, if no action was been taken, why is it on the speaker's on the action sheet? But on the new action sheet, it didn't go green or nothing. It did just disappeared. Fed 15 and 16 just disappeared. If I can, the CFO can explain onto that. Then on page 250, 250 CWS. If we can get more clarity on the Fountains Industrial Park development, what is happening there? Thank you, Speaker. And then also on 251, 2204 INE 9. I want to know from Director Madat, this is
30
also...
seconds, Councillor.
Sorry, Speaker.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Okay, Speaker, thank you. Yeah, on that, does that is on from 2022 on the list. Is it an increasing problem? Do we make progress on that? If you can just give us feedback then. And the last one is on 256 1905 PD6. I know, Director Ramakwela, this is a difficult one, but certainly we must have new information on that. This is also appearing since 2019, and I know it's it's very difficult to work with the department, but if is there improvement or what is happening there? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give over to you for the relevant directors to answer.
Yes, I can just quickly answer on the Fountains Industrial Park. The applications are with the municipality, and we at this stage, what is outstanding is water use license, which we're having a tremendous problem. That very slow progress from the Department of Water Affairs on water use licenses, and then there's also just an issue from the Department of not the Department, South African Railways. That also needs to give certain permissions, which the developer is still waiting for. That is outstanding. Then I can just give over to the Director Ramakwela, that he can quickly, while his mind is still fresh on these issues, can quickly respond to the issues related to him. Director Ramakwela.
Thank you, I think the only issue for planning and development was the public works property. And Councillor, you are right. It's a very frustrating exercise dealing with the department. You are sent from one department to the other. But after our last meeting, we were requested to send certain documents, which we have done so. But we have not received a response. And we believe that they are dealing with the transfers from their side. All the information which we requested from the municipality was sent to the department. All we can do is just keep following up just to see if there's progress. But we did send the documents from our end. Thank you.
Right, then I'm going to give it over just to the CFO just to give feedback on a couple of issues there. CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. The issue on the Hankie fresh food market, yes, we're waiting for information from Eskom, as well as information from internal department to confirm on services that is on that earth. The reason why that's important to get that confirmation, because if there's any issues with the Eskom lines, which we know is over that property, that will influence tremendously the recommendation that is brought to council. Also, from an infrastructure point, if there is services running under and we need to understand exactly where the lines are for that for the services on the property, so that we can see whether it's feasible to do something else on the property. Without that information, unfortunately, we're stuck in determining what is possible. We are working on it. We are pushing for that. We are following up, and we're trying to resolve that issue. Speaker, the issue on FED, I think it was 15 or 16 that was in purple and then disappeared. I'm not sure exactly which one the council is referring to, but what I do know is when council approves, for example, a compliance report, and the MFMA requires that council considers and approves a report, It basically at certain points ends there. Otherwise, there's follow-up recommendations to council, where we'll state that the report be submitted to Provincial and National Treasury, or that the report be submitted to the Auditor General. So the first recommendation where council approves, obviously there's no action directly linked to that approval other than compliance with the MFMA. The second recommendation has an action that we need to then comment on whether we have completed that action. So the first one would definitely be purple, and the second one will be based on our action. Once we submit, it goes to green. So that's how we implement it from our side. But there's no actions that we put in purple that requires an action from a resolution of council. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Then we're going to give just over to the Leanne, our legal side. She's been working on the delegation register, just to give you feedback what the latest status quo around the delegation registers are.
Thank you, Speaker. As per the comments on the action sheet, the updated delegation register will be referred to the next mayoral committee, which is scheduled for September this year. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker, then there's one question asked to refer to something, page 251. The councillor did not indicate the topic there, so it's difficult for me to trace what the question was there. If you could just repeat that one on page 251, you referred to an item. I'm not quite sure. I didn't get the crux of that question.
Councillor van der Linde, do you just want to repeat the question you had on 251?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I want to know by Director Madat, that is for very long a red on our action sheet. Does this whole thing escalated with the theft on cables and demolishing of electrical power supplies, or is there improvement? Are the security helping a lot or not? I just want to get clarity around that because that is ongoing since 2022, and all the time we just see a new date on that. So if we can just find out from Director Madat, what is the case around that electrical, where they damage and stealing the cables and everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just referred to then to Director Madat. He's been working hard on this with this problem, and it's been an extremely challenging problem for him to cope with and to work around and to make plans, and also consulting with the SAPS. But I'm going to give over to Director Madat to give feedback on what the latest is there. Director Madat, over to you.
Thank you, Yes, Councillor van der Linde, I think finally, since the 21st of this month, we might start changing the color now from red to blue. We had two meetings. The first meeting was on the 21st of this month, and the second meeting took place on the 25th of this month with SAPS. They finally came on board with Caucus municipality. So SAPS invited POPs, the NPA immigration, and all their role players to these meetings. There will be regular operations that will take place throughout Caucus over the next few months. We will also install roaming cameras that can ensure that we are actually prosecuting individuals or groups of people that is vandalizing our network. So there's immense progress being made. It is positive, and everybody, all the role players from the law enforcement bodies is playing their part in all of this. I will just give updates as we go along with regards to these cases. And I also just have to say that the current vandalism and theft has not stopped. these criminals just up the game, but we will counter that. Thank you, MM. Back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. That concludes the comments then, feedback on questions for MM1, and we can then go to MM2.
Hold on,
Could I speak?
I'm finished with my speakers, but I have 3 hands up for questions of clarity. So before you move over, I'm just quickly going to give to Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Mbandana. Yes, Councillor van der Linde. Is it you that's speaking? No.
Yes,
Councillor
Speaker.
Peterson, quickly, could you please give Councillor Mbandana quickly an opportunity to ask a question of clarity?
Okay, can I proceed, Speaker?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Speaker,
Speaker,
before
the fact
Councillor
that on page
proceed.
Hold on, Councillor Mbandana, your colleague is talking over you. Councillor Peterson, could we please give Councillor Mbandana an opportunity?
Before we allow Councillor Mandana to proceed, Speaker, I was
No,
raising a point of order, Speaker. And the point
What
of
was your
order is
point
not
of
to
order?
Councillor Mandana, but for the MM to tell you to move on to the next item. It is unprocedural for the MM to guide you as the Speaker. So I just want to raise that strongly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Mbandana, you may speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Okay, thanks for the opportunity. I just want clarity, Honorable Speaker. Since I arrived in Kouga, let me start with the bottom one. The 247 Hanki Mini Fresh Market. I just want clarity on that one. The clarity of the rents and cents we spend there, and actually for what is designed, because whenever we drive past that mini market, it's a serious embarrassment for Ward 9. For the rent, cents and expenses, I'm sure somebody must clarify for me what was spent there and what was it. Is it money from, is it money that comes from MIC funding? I just want clarity on that one. That's the first one. Let me go to the second one on page
Councillor,
200.
that wasn't a question of clarity. We just asking for clarity. We will ask on that. We have discussed it extensively now, the fresh food market.
Okay, sorry, Speaker. Just on the
And 30 seconds left, Councillor, for your question of clarity.
On the charges 238 on 239, just a metaphor. I'm just asking on the Councillor Wolifant and Peterson, if they were to be shipped and now on the day of a verdict, it happens that the judge is a wolf, will they get a fair trial? Thank you.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow that question. Questions of clarity are on the speaker's questions that already asked questions, Councillor. Councillor August, you next for your question of clarity.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mine is going to be short. On the fruit and veg, hanky fruit and veg, I would like to, with all due respect, plead and ask, has the CFO and others been to see that place? Because as we speak, Speaker, there is a profuse wind in Hanky. There are sheets that are hanging loose, and they are going to either cut off somebody's neck or they're going to fly into vehicles as we speak, and then we're going to be held liable. When are we going to see to this here? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor August. Councillor van der Linde, you have also a follow-up clarity question.
Thank you, Speaker. It's not a question. I wasn't being answered on page 238, item 1907, MM4. Why is this golf course still on the action sheet since 2019? At portfolio, we discussed it must be removed. And then also on page 243, 2506 MM2, the underperformance, they say the underperformance was never discussed on portfolio level. Can I have more information on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of clarity relates to the report itself, Speaker. We can't go in month after month with a report stating ongoing without it giving precisely the stage of where the ongoing is. That is the only concern I have at this stage, Speaker. We need to make sure that it states exactly where ongoing is, because there are labor-related or disciplinary issues that shows ongoing, that has been ongoing for years now. It can't be that it's ongoing while the reporting that we
30
get,
seconds, Councillor.
the reports that we get from the MEC office gives a particular direction, yet the report says ongoing without particular indicators. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Glidley, your question of clarity.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I think I've forgotten my notes because Councillor Peterson was making a statement and no clarity question on that one.
No,
Speaker, I
Councillor,
believe-
please don't say that. Your question of clarity.
Okay, we will be, just to advise Council
Thanks
that
for
we
the
will,
protection, Speaker.
MNE will be sitting on the 19th of August. So everything I'm sure will be resolved by then. I thought I'd just bring everyone to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give back to you on those two unanswered questions from Councillor van der Linde and for the questions of clarity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Let me quickly just explain how our performance management works. Obviously, we sit as management meeting with the team quarterly, and we monitor each key performance indicator. And where underperformance is happening, we analyze why is underperformance happening, what the reasons, what could be done to rectify the situation, and so on. These reports then are also reported then to the Monitoring Evaluation Committee, and then your monthly SDIP reports are then also forwarded to the portfolio committees, where they can monitor the implementation of the SDIP, and then where certain underperformance does occur or where targets aren't achieved, councillors at the portfolio committee then could also then interrogate the reasons for non-performance or underperformance on that specific key performance indicator. So it will continue to go to portfolio committees for their oversight, and also for them to scrutinize and also ask questions at that level. Then just on the golf course, I'm just going to give over to the director, Ramakuela, and just to speak on that item. If I recall correctly, on that item, it is to do with the subdivision of that earth, where the golf course has to be and the sport fields have to be separately divided. But Director Ramakuela can just give us an answer there. Director Ramakuela.
Thank you, Yes, you are correct. I think also to Councillor van der Linde, I think I agree. It was agreed that all items should be matched if it's the same subject, and I can confirm that it's an oversight. Without giving an excuse, is that when we receive action sheets, it's divided per department, per directorates rather, and you will note that this one still refers to So we've made note with the team now that we should remove it immediately. You will see with the rest of the items that are repeating, we made them green so that they can be removed when we come back for council meetings, those that are duplication and those that were in approvals in principle. This one still referred under and I think that's why we probably missed it. No excuse, will ensure that it's not part of the action sheet in the next coming meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the question on the fresh produce market. The questions there, and I think the ward councillor there is very passionate about that issue, and he just give over to the CFO to provide some comfort to the council and also give feedback on what it is doing there. CFO.
Thank you, MM Speaker. So yes, I have been to the project, and I have received a detailed on that. We have obviously presented the report to council, and I know the urgency, I know what is required. We'll definitely finalize that. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roof, would you like to add on the fresh produce market?
Yes, Speaker, it's I guess a question of clarity to CFO. Since all of the political parties in council are speaking about this issue and are not happy with the fresh food market in its current state, if councillors resolve to demolish that today, can that occur in council? Thanks.
Councillor Roof, I'm not sure if we can do it. We need a council resolution for that. So unfortunately, we won't be able to do that today. So I suggest that we wait for the portfolio that's coming soon and all the reports that we need to make a decision. Councillor Peterson, do you have follow-up clarity?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned when the DA just wants to demolish. What happens to the money that was spent to build? Because ultimately that money could have been applied properly where the community benefit. It doesn't help us coming up with ideas for the community that's not really for the community, but it's ideas of our own that we think is for the
Councillor, this is not a question of clarity. Please, we can discuss it in our portfolios because this item is coming
Speaker,
through.
but we must consider this.
Yeah. Okay, so Councillor van der Linde, were you appropriately answered on all your questions? Because you had quite a lot of questions. I just want to check.
Thank you, Speaker. I am.
Thank you. So this item is for noting. MM, back to you for MM2.
Thank you, Speaker. MM2 was the third quarter performance report was presented to council in the end of June. So this is a duplication, and I would like to remove the item then from the agenda or withdraw the item from the agenda. The fourth quarter performance report will be available end of August.
Thank you, MM. Then I move to item number 16, reports of the Office of the Deputy Municipal Manager, DMM1. I'll give over to Mr. De Jager. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me just get to the page. Now. Thank you, Speaker. It's on page 347. It's the closeout report, participation of the Executive Mayor in the Pan-African Expo Symposium and Strategic Engagements held in the United States of America from 23 June to 5 July 2025. The report details what the Mayor with his visit in United States, and the recommendations is on page 349. I hereby table this report to council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy MM. My first speaker on this item is Honourable Mayor Borman.
Speaker, no, I can't recall saying anything other than what I've already said in the report. I think if I can summarize very briefly, I think it was a very fruitful time, and the amount of connections, amount of people that are very interested not only in Koga but in development in Koga is very yeah, there's a lot of opportunities, and people that we've made through big businesses that are actually coming here personally to come and see what we are saying and how they can invest. If people from as far as IT companies are concerned, and in development companies, human settlement companies, and so forth. The first group of businessmen from America are currently in South Africa, and I will be taking them there personally on Friday. In terms of there, I mean Thornhill, to see what we are busy with there, as well as a few other places in Koga to discuss further possible investments and so forth. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. My next speaker on the item is Councillor Nzolani. Councillor Nzolani.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, I think the issue that the MM is putting, I mean the Mayor is putting, it's a long issue, and I don't know how far will it be implemented, because we're still waiting for the action to be acted. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zana is my next speaker on the item.
Speaker, sorry, before I talk on the item, isn't this DMM1, the closer report? Was according to what I've submitted, the speakers are myself, Councillor Mbandana and Councillor Nchota on the item. I just want clarity from you on that. But you've given Councillor Nzelani, who's not featured by the ANC, to talk on this. I just want clarity in terms of that, Speaker.
I will check on my list. He appeared on my list. I need to check my paperwork because I've got yourself, Councillor Mbandana and Nchota on my list. But I will clarify with you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps mine, we will not change from what we've raised last time when this trip of the Mayor was going to, when he was going to overseas. But I think what we need to ask the Mayor perhaps in terms of this, because to us still this was just a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The money could have been used for something better. The Mayor must clarify to us as council and take us into confidence whether does he have any links with that institution here, Jeffreys Bay Global, because we believe that he was at some point a teacher at one of these institutions. Is there any link with him with that? And if there is a link, is that not a conflict of interest in terms of how he went abroad? And I also want to ask him, the Mayor, through you, Madam Speaker, is in terms of what he went to do there as the Mayor. I see his hand is up. What he went to do how will that change us, because there was no strategic person in terms of a director that went along, a person that would be strategic, would take notes in terms of what must be done. Now there must be obviously now a second trip as proposed by this, and to us really we have far much better things with that we could have used this money that we spent on his travel to America. Perhaps he went to a tour, and for us, there's nothing to write home about, because this will not change any lives of our people here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will gladly address this. I mean, it was asked earlier by, I'm assuming this is what Councillor Peterson also alluded to when he asked if I have anything to declare. I have absolutely nothing to declare. If you look at the definition of declaration of interest in our rules of order, it speaks to personal business interest and financial interest in any institution, in me or a family member, of which there are none. The fact that I was a teacher at GLA does not mean anything. It means that I've got good relationships with them, and the municipality has good relationships with them. Through the municipality's relationship with Ilsfeld in Germany, GLA is now taking students to Germany at their cost, taking and implemented some educational back and forth. It's not because of us, it's not because of them, it's because of the German connection that wanted to do that. Similarly, there's on this trip, I was invited to speak at a symposium where interested businessmen in America wants to invest and give, not only invest, also give funding to Africa, into Africa and into South Africa. And I met with those that had nothing to do with Global Challenges visit to America. It was a pure coincidence that they were there at the same time with a totally different trip. And I did see them. We were in Washington at the same time, so we did cross paths, but no, there's absolutely no interest. And to assume that, I would really gladly invite anybody to do investigation. There's absolutely no interest that I have at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Zona, I have checked my records. You're indeed correct. It's yourself, Councillor Bandana, and Councillor Shorter that's on the speakers list. And it's actually EFF Nkilishani that is the next speaker. So, Councillor Nkilishani, you are the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to find out from the Executive Mayor if you go beyond what the council approved, because the council approved your USA trip only until 28 June 2025. Yet your closeout report shows you stayed until 5 July. That extra week was never approved by the council. That makes it unauthorized expenditure in terms of MFA. Mayor, you must pay back the money for the part that was not approved. We want to know what was achieved. You promised investment, jobs, and partnerships. Can you show us any signed agreements, or you were ngcokoling amongst yourselves? Any confirmed agreements or real benefit for Kucha? Which projects will benefit? What will the people of Tonil, Dongerhoek, Bumnyameni, and the broader Kucha see from this trip? Will the roads, electricity, housing, and youth opportunities actually improve? Who are the partners you talk about building the relations? Who are they? Are they visiting?
1 minute left, Councillor.
Point of order.
Hold on a second. What's your point of order, Councillor?
Language, Speaker. The councillor is saying ngogoling. I don't know what ngogoling is in English, so you must not use language that is not in words that's not in English. Thank you.
Thank you,
Please call him out.
Councillor. Councillor Nkilishwane, you can continue your last minute.
Speaker, order.
Councillor Zona, yes, your order.
I'm raising the order on you, Speaker, on terms of Rule 31 of precedence. Councillor Dludlu did not state in which rule is he rising on, and you did not make a ruling as the Speaker on what he was raising. And we want to reiterate as the ANC caucus that any person has a right to speak his own language. So Councillor Dludlu must not look down on our languages when we speak it. He must ask for clarity in terms of when he does not understand the language that's being shared. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Councillor Dludlu, I'm going to overrule you and let the speaker continue. Councillor Nzalani, you were still busy with your 1 minute.
No, this is Councillor Nkilishane, not
Nkilishane,
It is Councillor Nkilishane. Correct.
Yes, but I'm done,
Please.
Speaker. I'm done.
Thank you.
The mayor must pay back the money.
Thank you, Councillor Nkilishane. May I'm quickly going to give the other speakers the opportunity, then I can give over to the mayor for comments. Councillor Shorter, you the next speaker.
Ndiyabulela Somlomo. Councillor Ngilishane has covered me in some of the issues that I would have wanted to raise. And Councillor Zana as well, by saying we as the ANC component, we stated how we felt about this trip from the beginning. And I would also like to add, Speaker, that it's such a pity that the GLA is not taking our kids to be students at that school. You have to dig deep if you want your child to be there. The most Black children that are studying at GLA are from Zimbabwe or Malawi, not South Africans. Meaning we won't be benefiting, our communities, our kids won't be benefiting anything from this trip. And I would also like to state, as Councillor Ngilishane has stated, that we will be looking with open eyes as to how is this trip benefiting Gouga poor communities as a whole, not just big businesses of Gouga, not just the already self-made people of Gouga who already have big pockets. We would like that when a trip is made overseas by our municipality, that all the communities involved, poor, rich, Black, white, Navy, benefit from all these trips, not certain individuals, not certain communities, not certain businesses. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Then my last speaker on the item before I give over to the mayor is Councillor Mbondana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to highlight what the previous speakers have said. Setting up, I'm imploring the African National Congress, EFF, and the Patriotic Alliance to set up a committee that will dive deep into this perhaps fruitless expenditure done by the mayor. We were opposed from the inception. You know how the mayor got himself exposed? He was speaking about Thornhill, and I thought about what? That private development in Thornhill. And I thought this was a private thing relating to a school, maybe to something else, I don't know. I'm sure I will also bring a proposal to that subcommittee. Let us actually request our ambassador in USA to go and check the itinerary of the mayor. Who was he sitting with? What was the purpose? Whilst the president was saying to Whitefield in Parliament, don't go to USA, here in Gouga, there's another one going there. And second to that, we were to Germany, he was to China. This gallivanting of him without any proof, substantial SMME or whatsoever, developing our whole Gouga is helping us nothing. There's no citrus deal is bringing. There's nothing that is relating to our economic development in terms of Martini, where the Makulu was flooded with water in 2022, and the stormwater is still the same. There's nothing that is bringing about the road in Kloofneck, which since I have been in 2010, there's nothing that is bringing. So I'm echoing the words of my friend in the red beret. The mayor must pay back the money, pay back the money, pay back the money, pay back the money, pay back the money. Finish and clap.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I just want to give clarity on one thing. I'm very open and very welcome for anybody to investigate. This is, I've got absolutely nothing to hide. If Councillor Nkilishane just reads the actual item, he would see that all the things that he is questioning is in fact approved, even the date of the trip until the 5th of July, when I returned. And then, so everything is there. Nothing was done without the approval of council. And I was, in fact, as one of the councillors asked for me to go to the ambassador. There is currently no ambassador in the United States representing South Africa. I did, however, go to the actual embassy in Washington, D.C. and met with the South African colleagues that was working there. And it was an absolute pleasure to have them there. And in fact, I was welcomed, very, very warmly welcomed there. And that was really a privilege for me to be able to visit our embassy in Washington, D.C. So even our national government is aware of my trip there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, do you have a question of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. I was just struggling with my device. First of all, it is so unfortunate that I have to say that under no circumstances can the Councillor Harting Borman be addressed as honorable, because there's nothing honorable about him. Having said that, the declaration that I requested at the beginning was precisely for this particular item. And I want the following clarities from the Councillor Borman in that 100,000 was spent for him to go gallivant in the United States of America on a topic, an administrative topic that he knows nothing about. If he finished his diploma in education, it would have
Hold on,
made
and
sense.
Councillor
If it was an
Peterson.
educational-
Yes, Honourable Mayor, your point of order, which rule?
On the rule of clarity, Speaker, there's absolutely nothing that is clarifying from any speaker. It's speaking about education and speaking about knowledge of subjects, which was not part of it at all. This is stuff that needed to be raised way before the meeting even went. Now, after the fact, it's got nothing to do with this. Councillor Peterson is taking chances because he wasn't on the speakers list and now raising that as clarity questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Peterson, yes, could you stick to the question of clarity? Nothing you've asked it's got relevance to the speakers.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm still on the item that he addressed. Remember, he said that the money was well spent. So I'm asking clarity in the 100,000 as to how the output of his venture there. What is the output for the collective of Caucus municipality? Because if it was a director, the director can come up with innovative approaches, as the item says, with innovative approaches that will help the infrastructure of Caucus. How will his trip help the infrastructure of Caucus if he knows nothing about the technicalities of services, of municipal services? When I say the technicalities, not an engineer, so he knows nothing about it.
Peterson, your time is up.
Just the last one.
No, your time is up, Councillor Peterson. You only had 1 minute. It's over. Councillor Gludlu, do you have a question of clarity?
Yes, I do have a question of clarity, a quick one. If the mayor was able to go to the White House and maybe speak to Trump about putting additional names for sanctions for certain
Councillor, that's
councillors
not a
there,
question.
if that was possible, because they do need to be sanctioned. Our own laws are failing us, Speaker.
Councillor,
when we make decisions.
Point of order,
Speaker. Rule 31.
Hold on, councillors. Councillor
Like your
Gludlu, that
minister
is
of
not-
fruit and veg, staying Asian.
Point of order,
Was
Speaker.
singing for
This
supper.
taxi driver can't do this.
Councillors, could I please address Councillor Gludlu? Councillor Gludlu, I do not recognize your question of clarity. It's not speaking to the questions of the already speakers. I'm going to give over to Honourable Mayor Borman.
No, Speaker, I want to see now a warning or a fine to Gludlu also. It can't be that it's only ANC councillors that
I
are warned
was
and fined.
invited to this to America. I did
Speaker,
not ask.
I'm still on the
I was
item. Speaker,
invited
Hold
to
on,
point of order,
Honourable
Speaker.
Mayor. Councillor Peterson, I have ruled already for
No, you
Councillor
can't
Gludlu,
rule,
please.
just rule and not implement anything against Councillor Gludlu. It is how many times that this
Councillor-
happens, but nothing happens with him. Yet I am fined consecutively. And I don't understand why it's only on me. Am I being victimized in this council?
Councillor Peterson, please, I have ruled. Please accept my rule over Councillor Glutlu. Honourable
No, I'm not
Mayor, over
accepting
to you.
it, Speaker. I'm not accepting it,
Thank you very
Speaker.
much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, as I said before, Councillor
Speaker,
Peterson
a
is
point of
making a lot
order,
of
Speaker.
assumptions.
Honourable
I
Mayor,
did not
please
ask to
again.
I'm
go.
raising a
Councillor
point of order,
Peterson,
Speaker.
Councillor Peterson,
I am
I'm
not
warning you.
accepting the ruling, Speaker. I need guidance from you. What do I do? Speaker, I'm being muted and I want to finish what I say. I want to know, what do I do if I don't accept your ruling? Because I don't accept
Point of
this
order,
ruling.
Speaker. This he's just talking and talking.
I'm talking and talking because you talk and
Because
talk and
you're
nothing
not
happens. I
listening
am
to what the
raising
speaker is saying.
Honorable Mayor,
I'm
Honorable
raising a
Mayor,
question to the
don't be
Speaker, not to
dishonorable now,
you.
behave.
Man, Borman, shut up. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the Speaker. And I'm asking clarity.
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker, I'm still on a point of order. I am asking clarity, Speaker. What do I do when I'm not satisfied with your ruling? That's so that I can know how to escalate it.
Councillors, I have lost some signal on my device, so I've just logged into Leanne's one.
Okay, let me read it again, Speaker. I'm asking clarity on how
No,
I
you're
should
not asking
proceed.
clarity, Councillor Peterson.
No,
I have
I'm
told
asking
you
clarity
once.
on your ruling. On your ruling.
have-
I want to know what must I do if I'm not satisfied with your ruling. That's all I'm asking.
You can write to the office of the Speaker, but I have ruled. Thank you very much.
I'm going to
Honourable
write to
Mayor,
your
please
office and
conclude.
escalate it to the MEC's office. Thank you.
Committee services, could we give over to the Mayor? Councillors, I'm just trying to reset my device so I can log on again. I'm not sure why I've went out. I'm just going to give over to the Mayor. I'm not sure if he's got connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I did not ask to go to the USA. I was invited to go there by the Pan-African Symposium, which is a group of businessmen in America, as I've explained, that through business investment, through giving back into Africa, want to give money to African municipalities. I was invited to go there. I did not ask. Because of that, we then, like we do with all invitations, especially abroad, I then give it to council and for council to decide, because obviously it's council's money that need to be spent. So what is expected, and the expected outcomes was and is in this item, of which I have already said, the first round and set of businessmen is already in town, that is coming to see what we are doing. And they are coming to look at the details and look at all the things that we are busy with. And then they can decide and speak to the experts and decide what they want to give, how they want to give, what they want to do, and so forth and so forth. If that process is not clear, then please explain to me how you would like to see that more clear, and to see how you, I mean, it's less than a month since I've been there, and we've got people in Caucus coming to look at what we're doing. That is how these processes work. It's not like they're going to give me a check in the USA and I come back with $1 million. That's not how these processes work. So I need council to understand what is happening when people go to some place where there's investment opportunities and the process of that. So, yeah, thank you very much. I think that's enough clarity.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Thank you for that, for all of that. Any other questions of clarity? Councillor Peterson,
Thank you, my speaker. Apologies for the emotions running high, but I don't like when I'm being suppressed. But having said that, speaker, the mayor now just raised. He said that he was invited. Usually when you are invited, all expenses are covered by the people inviting you. When I'm invited to Canada, I don't come to the speaker's office or to the mayor's office or to the MM's office to say, I need you to pay for my trip to Canada. I'm invited there. So it is expected of me to have those that invited me to cover my cost. It can't be the invitation to the expense of the taxpayer. Our people are suffering with electricity hikes and all these things. Yet
Councillor?
he wants to
Point of
continue
order,
to
Chair.
Councillor Peterson, that is not a question, that's just a remark. I'm going to move over to the
No.
next
It's a question to the mayor, speaker, in
Point of
asking
order.
why
Point of
did
order.
he insist on
Point of
not in.
Hold on a second. Brian Glugler, Councillor, what is your point of order?
Speaker, you have dealt, the matter has been dealt with, and councillor is repetitive. This is under Rule 31.2. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll
It
rule
is
on
not
that.
dealt with,
Councillor
speaker.
Peterson, we have answered the questions. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker for a question
Speaker,
of
it's
clarity.
not dealt with.
Point of order.
My
Councillor Roos,
question
just
was to
hold
the
on.
mayor.
I've already ruled with that. Councillor Peterson, I have ruled. I'm going to move over to Councillor Nshota for a question of clarity.
I'll accept the suppression, speaker.
Point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of clarity to the mayor is, the mayor just stated that the business people will be coming to visit and see what needs to be done. Will we see those people in our communities where we have informal settlements? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gertenbach, do you also have a question of clarity?
No, not a question of clarity, a question of order. And I rise on
Thank you.
63.2 that Councillor Peterson keep on referring to the mayor, which is our mayor, not his mayor or the DA's mayor, as Borman. And I want you, Speaker, to remove him from this meeting. Thank you.
Point of order, speaker.
Hold on a
Point of
second.
order,
Thank you,
speaker.
Councillor Gertenbach. I will consider it, but at this stage, I would like
No,
to give
speaker.
that
He
to
needs to put in. He needs.
Councillor Peterson. I am speaking at the moment. I would like Honourable Borman to answer the question Councillor Nshota asked, and then I will move over to my ruling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The question is yes. The question to the answer to the question is yes. We will definitely be traveling specifically to Thornhill because that's what I was asked to present on in America. But we will go to KwaZulu, we will go to Sea Vista, to Ocean View, and wherever else these United States delegates want to go. So they have obviously want to invest where they want to invest. I specifically spoke about Caucus and Los Angeles in Thornhill, the two areas in Thornhill, informal areas. So we are going specifically to informal areas because they want to invest in human settlements and the upgrading of informal settlements. I was very clear on that in the beginning when this was proposed, that this is what I'll be presenting on, the work that we are doing as far as the upgrade of informal settlements is concerned, and that is why they are here. So the answer, the short answer to Councillor Nshota's question is yes, we will be going to informal settlements specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for my perhaps my clarity is just for the mayor, perhaps to share his presentation he presented to this businessman with us as councillors of Koga, because he's a very transparent mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'm sure you will. Councillor Peterson, I cannot recognize you. You've had a question of clarity already. This report is for noting. If there's any other questions, I'm pretty sure that the mayor will answer your questions. Then I'm going to move over to item number 17, matters dealt in terms of delegation authority by the executive mayor, portfolios, and then I'm going to give over to the Honourable Mayor to present his portfolio committee items.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I would like to present my portfolio items. Let me just get to the right page here. The first one is on page 361. It is the reports for finance and economic development, and that will be handled by Councillor Ruth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. FED 1 is on page 361. It's the Budget and Treasury Environment Report for the quarter ended 30th of June, 2025. The recommendations are on page 362, and I present this item for noting, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I do not have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? Okay, the recommendations carry. Councillor, we can move to the next item.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on FED 2, which is on page 372. It's supply chain management. It's the quarterly implementation report for the fourth term of 2024 to 25, financial year ending 30th of June, 2025. And I'd also like to just say at this stage, Speaker, that SCM is also going to be in the future advertising its tenders on all the ward WhatsApp groups. So we're very pleased with that improvement to supply chain management on tenders. I present this item with the recommendations on page 373 for approval of council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Roof. My first speaker on the item is Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on page 395, item number 25, OFETS 2, and it's marked 24-25, DMM 27. And it's regarding the red ants. I want to know for almost 190,000 rand a month, how many guards do we have and where do these guards stand? And yeah, and why is it a deviation? Why can't we tender on that where this red ants is standing? That's the one question there. And then on page 396, 398 and 401. It's 24-25 community services 2. And that is regarding the lab test what we have. Why can't we budget for this labs? Why a deviation? And then I want to know on page all the months or on all pages is the water was being tested. The first one is 17,380. The next one is 13,885 rand, and the next one is 20,046. Why does the amount differs? I can't understand because it's the same test, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the director can help me on that. And then also on page 400, 24/25 DMM 28. That is 11,000 rand for the hosting of the website. Is it a once-off? Is it a monthly fee? If it's a monthly fee, again, why a deviation? And then also on 24 25 Comms Community 4, the annual fees for the firefighters. That is a yearly fee. So obviously we can budget for that. Why a deviation? I can't understand. And we couple of times, many of the times, we as councillors have a problem with deviations. I can understand and I can see in the why is there deviations on water pumps and that I understand. But stuff like this, what's month to month, why is it deviated and not budgeted for? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bandana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Well done, Freedom Front.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Councillor dealt with some of the points. The first one, I'm just looking because I'm out of my.
Your Councillor, we just didn't hear you for a second. Can you try?
Am I audible, Speaker?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I'm out of mic. But firstly, Chair, on the deviation, Chair, you are the new Speaker of us now. When we take resolutions and recommendations in Council, I'm sure they should be implemented. I think now it's my last time speaking about this. You will look at legal fees, the cost, and let me go straight and dive deep to it. When you look at the legal cost and you will ask yourself, why should we deviate on legal cost? And definitely you look at the humongous amounts. I'll tell you why. Let me go to it. A matter of Honorable, what is this lawyer? There's this lawyer that is House and so Bellet. You look and you check, are we paying rent for value? Defending a matter where it was not even discussed and going to a court with an advocate, you ask yourself, what's happening here? And we deviated. You look at other various matters. I'm going to write to you, Speaker, and I'm going to look, are we paying value? I look at a man, we're paying him 10,000. I'm not sure, why are you paying him 10,000? What's happening here? And so on. Because really there should have been some proper planning in terms of what are they doing so that we can understand. And the reason I'm raising it, at one case, a senior counsel was instructed and we lost that case and cost of the court. And I still need the rents and sell you, how much did you pay the cost and the opposition attorney? Now on the water, NMU is there, they can do this cheap. Why should we do this deviation? Who's this company? And look at the other amount, it was close to R1 million. And I was saying, for what? There is a university that can assist us at a very cheaper cost, just an MOU with the
30
science
seconds,
department.
Councillor.
This one. So why deviation? There's lots of deviations that are unnecessary. Rootco, deviate for what? If the work is done, you are going to pay them according to what they've done, many other things. I'm sure colleagues in the council and taxpayers, if we go down and investigate this deviation, some of them, except for electricity, we will
Thank you,
find
Councillor. Your
very
time is out.
bad things that are happening here in the deviation. I tell you, one day you will mark my word. Don't forget this day of the 30th. You will see why deviation was happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zana, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps I will not be long, and I think the CFO will agree with me that deviations are allowed in terms of law to take place. But when we have, as in page 386, those big amounts of deviations, it paints a very bad picture on us. It paints a picture that we are firefighters responding to fire, but we lack to plan ahead to mitigate some of the issues. Because if we were to really go down and ask, I know that my colleague Councillor Bandana has asked the issue, because you'll find out that the Rootco is an appointed contractor that's doing internal services for here in Henke for the Henke 990. It's on page 398 to 402. There are two deviations for them. You don't understand how did we get that. I need an explanation. How did we arrive at that? And you also go to 404, page 404, where there's pumps that they say the pump station have expired. I don't know what that means, but to me, perhaps it's decommissioned or it's not working. It needs new pumps. But still, could our administration not plan ahead? Because you know that at a certain time, this station will perhaps will not be operational. Now you plan ahead, you plan your tender things ahead of time, so that when that time arrives, you are in a position then to kick into a new tender. But these deviations from a layman like myself, Madam Speaker, it's like we are giving our cronies funding, easy money, come quickly, just send in, we'll do a deviation, and that's how it's going. We understand there are urgent issues that needs deviation, where there's an act of God involved and etc. But there are things that could have been prevented in this. And I really want an explanation in terms of what was raised by my colleagues, and also on these ones of Rootco, the pump station. I really need an explanation for that. Even one of the labor lawyers, they were given money the previous month, and the second month they are again given. And I don't know whether they are postponing cases. Why must there be deviations every month of the very same legal firm that is there? So, Speaker, this we are not taking lightly. It's a very bad reflection on us, even though our policies allows for deviation, but this in its own it cannot amount
30
to these big
seconds,
millions,
Councillor.
where we really are managing our institution, we are implementing things via deviations, and it creates a very serious loophole for corruption, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give over to the CFO for some clarity on the questions.
If I may, please.
Councillor Glidley, you're not a speaker on this list, so
In terms of procedure, we are bypassing procedure, Speaker. If I may just give a little bit of clarity. We are discussing legal deviations which are also supposed to be
Councillor?
residing in the court.
You are not the CFO. You are not the
Councillor?
CFO. The CFO must respond.
Councillor, I've asked the CFO to respond on the questions that the speakers on my list had. Could you please let the CFO continue?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Councillor Zana obviously stated that I will agree in terms of deviations. I just want to give Council an indication of the percentage of deviations that was entered into for the financial year. Since we are at the financial year and preparing our financial statements, we sitting with a 2%, right, of the total budget is in terms of deviations, which is a very low percentage. I'm, however, not happy, as there is improvement, and I mean there is potential to reduce that, and we definitely will implement stricter controls to reduce it where we can. Unfortunately, in many cases, it's not possible. And I'll touch on the ones that was raised by the councillors, just to indicate why it is very difficult and not possible to not deviate. So the issue on community service and civil, where it talks about laboratory services and water testing services. Yes, you have a service provider appointed through a formal process. They meet, they tick all the boxes, they are in terms of the regulations appointed, and then they don't comply, they don't adhere to the service level agreement entered into with the municipality. In that case, we obviously follow processes, and eventually termination comes into effect. When termination comes into effect, or we question whether they doing the job correctly, we then obviously have to terminate. And when termination happens, we need to have a backup plan whilst we then follow the tender process again, right? So during the backup, we need to appoint then a service provider that can do that service and assist the municipality as there's serious compliance issues when it comes to water testing to make sure that the water is of the right quality for the community. So in that case, that's what happened there, and to ensure that we meet the standards, we had to deviate. When you talk about online innovation, which is a website service provider, the website was developed by this company many years ago, and at this point, it's only maintenance that do continue on the website, and therefore, because of the setup and that has been set up by this company, if you go to another company, you need to have that company redesign or redevelop because of the templates used by the other company, which will then cost council a lot more money versus spending on the maintenance part of the current website. So the deviation does allow impracticality and appointing a service provider where that is the case. When you talk to the firefighter issue, the councillor mentioned around budget. Why don't we budget? Deviations is not about budget. Deviations is about having a service provider in place to do work, and where there's a circumstance that you don't have a service provider or you need one urgently, but the budget is there. If there wasn't budget, then it's unauthorized expenditure because there's a lack of budget. So definitely we do have budgets in place. Then when we talk about legal costs, we do a panel of legal service providers for a period of 3 years. However, from the point of the previous years and going in new panel of 3 years, there is certain cases that is still ongoing that was initiated under the previous panel. And where that's the case, you need to continue the cases until it's finalized. And then obviously any new cases go to the new panel. And is the case in the deviations listed. The finalization of those issues. So new legal issues will then utilize the new panel that is in place. Speaker, when you talk about RADCO, again, service provider, contractor doesn't perform, termination comes into place, and then obviously you go to the next tenderer that has submitted, and then you obviously conclude your process accordingly without following a new process because of the urgency of the matter in getting someone to continue the work. Then when they talk about Flash Electrical on page 4, it talks about maintenance has expired. So there is a formal process that was in place at the time. There was a process prior to that was followed. And the finalization between the end of the previous one versus the new one that is at bid adjudication to be awarded, there's a timing gap in terms of a month. And therefore, for that period, any urgent matters had to be accommodated through a deviation. But we do try our best to plan accordingly to make sure that we limit deviations, but we'll definitely try harder in terms of reducing it even further. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity on what the CFO commented on all the questions?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I'm just, maybe I missed it. I just wanted to check what the comment was relating to the red ends issue, because I've not heard them respond to the Freedom Front's question pertaining to that deviation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to quickly take the question of clarity for Councillor Mbandana, then we can go back to the CFO. Councillor Mbandana.
Honorable Chair, thank you. Chair, the only thing that I'm not clear, I hear the CFO is saying we appoint a panel of attorneys. Thank you. The attorney is in action now. Now, my question is, how then do we bill, or are we billed without checking
I'll put a practical example. In terms of the Legal Practice Council of South Africa, in order to do a title deed transfer, it costs you 10,000. You cannot go beyond that amount of money. And definitely when you go to a court case or bargaining council,
30 seconds, Councillor Mpandana.
the council, you will charge you 8,000 or to you 12,000. But now, if you ask an advocate to go there, it will be for an hour, 25,000 or whatever. Where's the breakdown? That's what I want. I'll write to you down, Speaker, because I hear the English, but it's like Portuguese and yet
Thank you, Councillor. I'm looking forward to the writing. And then, Councillor van der Linde, did you get clarity on your questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I wasn't answer on the red ants, and then I hear what the CFO say, but on the labs. But if you go and look at all the deviations, it's for a very long time, for more than a year plus, that we deviate on the lab, and I don't know, or still I didn't get clarity on why do they pay different amounts each month on that. So this and like the annual fees that can go into I mean, we must pay licenses for TV licenses, I saw, and we pay licenses for computers and that we don't deviate. So that can go into a yuki that for especially for the firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linden. CFO, if we can just provide more clarity on those questions.
Thank you, Speaker. The issue of red ants. So if we don't have a service that is really available for a tender process, then obviously we need to deviate to obtain that in terms of urgency or emergencies. I know the DMM can obviously elaborate in terms of the actual services needed there. But I do know the case involved. Then with regards to the labs, the technical director can respond in terms of why it varies on a month-to-month basis and in terms of what the testing are, because I do know that is not a straight line in terms of how many tests are done on a monthly basis. Then the issue of the panel. So when the panel submitted a tender, they obviously submitted their based on hourly rates, and those are the rates that is implemented when they do issue invoices. When it comes to attorneys, obviously an attorney versus advocate is two different things. When an advocate is required, then the attorney brings that in at obviously a cost linked to the advocate, which forms part of that invoice process. But all on the panel has indicated through the tender processes their rates that they do charge, and obviously within the industry there is a range that is being charged, which is definitely considered. Speaker, I think that's from me. The ones that I don't have the technical information is the laboratory one, where it varies, and then the red ants. Thanks, Speaker.
Could I ask Director Makalesi that can explain to us on the lab results? More clarity on that, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day to all the councillors. The reason the amounts are not the same is because on some of the months we only do a bacteriological testing, and then some of the months we add chemical testing as well. And then also in some of the months, you have to do the failures. If you had failures in the previous month, then they will fall into the next payment run. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. And then I can ask Deputy MM De Jager more clarity on the red ants item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We were requested by Department of Human Settlements to stop a illegal eviction on portion 5 of Papiesfontein. The current service provider was not equipped to deal with the security or that. So the Red Ants was then procured because they specialized in relocation and eviction services. They also brought it with their relevant equipment as their Inyala and their Baki, and there was 24-hour monitoring with vehicles shifting every 12 hours with 2 people, and they were busy also dealing, as I said, with the relocation and eviction of the illegal building, numerous illegal buildings erected on that earth that is on the request by Department of Provincial Department Human Settlements. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, unfortunately, you had your question of clarity. If you would like more questions, you're welcome to write to my office. For this item, do I have any objections?
I will write.
Thank you. Are there any objections? Can Councillor Mbadana, you also had a question of clarity. You're welcome to write to the office of the Speaker if you have any more questions.
All right, Speaker, thank you.
Do I have any objections on this item? So can I accept the recommendations? Thank you, Council. Over to Councillor Roof for FED 3.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 3 is on page 405. It's a budget and treasury report for noting. It's withdrawals from the municipal bank account for the quarter ended 30th of June 2025 with the recommendations on page 407. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Kilishani, I don't have you as a speaker on this item. Unfortunately, I don't have any speakers on this item, so this item is for noting. So I'm going to move over to Councillor Roof for FED. Councillor, I do not have speakers on this item.
No, I'm referring to the previous item. I was supposed to be the speaker there as well. So what happened?
Councillor, I don't have you on your list. I will check on my things. Would you mind sending me the questions you had to my speaker's desk and then I can get you answers? I do not have you on I've got you on FED 6 only later, but I did not have you on FED 2. Councillor?
Very strange. No, it's fine.
I will check for you, Councillor. Councillor Roof, then we can move on to FED 4.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm presenting FED 4 on page 411. It's the monthly budget statements for the year, July 2024 to 2025, and the financial state of affairs of the municipality as at the 30th of June 2025. It's also for noting, Speaker, the recommendations on page 414. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Gertenbach as my first speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got a few questions or clarities. On page 415, we are talking about revenue and expenditure, and there's a deficit of 75 million. The question is the capital expenditure included or is it not? That is my first question, because the capital expenditure was only 68%. So if we spend all the capital money, then we would have been in serious trouble. Then on page 416, there's our cost coverage went down, and it's below the norm of the MFMA. A reason for that, And then on page 417, the revenue from water is just 75%. And in the explanatory notes, it is said that it is as a result of meter readings. Are we doing something about it? Why is there a shortage of revenue there? If we go to
1 minute left, Councillor.
if we go to water revenue, is a problem. What is strange to me is the fact that in the revenue we list the water income that we get, but nowhere in the expenditure is it said how much did we spend to produce that water. There's no specific, like in electricity. There you know what you get and what. That is that's about all that I can do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Haystack, you the next speaker on my list.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm on page 423. Just two items that I want to inquire about that was a little bit higher than was budgeted for. That was the bank charges was much higher, and then also the external computer service internet charge. If I maybe can just get some clarity on that, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor Boardman, you are the next speaker on my list.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered.
Thank you. Then Councillor Zana, you the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I'll be partially covered by what Councillor, is not the first speaker now, his surname just went now. But I just wanted perhaps clarity, Speaker, in terms of the deficit that we are talking about, which is now 75 million. I just want to find out from the CFO, through you, Madam Speaker, what are the key cost drivers contributing to this deficit? And I also want him perhaps to talk to the issue of the capital expenditure, which is at 67.88%. I also want to check perhaps because our capital expenditure is below the 100% of adjusted budget, but I want to check what were the key infrastructure projects that were not completed and why were they not completed? There's a specific section I wanted to ask, Madam Speaker. I just want to get to the last parts of my notes, and it deals with our repayment back of the money that we, here it is. In terms of the unspent conditional grants, which amounts to 31 million. I also want perhaps him to speak on the unspent borrowings, which I believe is the DPSA, that loan. There's an amount of 92 million. Then there's this monthly development charge, which amounts to 2 million. I just want to check in terms of, are we repaying this 2 million while we are not yet spending that 92 million that we've borrowed from DPSA? I'm not sure if the clarity is quite clear to the CFO. And perhaps my last question is to check, are we, with this deficit that we are having of 75 million, I just want the CFO maybe to talk to our financial standing, Speaker, because look, when we have such a deficit, it's easily for investors or people who want to do business with us in terms of investing in Caucus. When they see this, it might scare them away. So I just wanted him to explain to me as a layman in terms of what are the dangers of that huge deficit and what was perhaps the cause of that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. And then my last speaker is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure. Sorry, Speaker, for the echo. I'm sure Professor Hortenbach dealt with the issues very rigorously. I'm impressed by his observation. Thank you, Elderman. Let me go to the issue. So only two things in Kocha. What are the comments? Because every time we are writing to the provincial and national treasury for them to comment, I've never seen any comment or any feedback for our finances. That states really, are we liquid? Are we in a sound financial status or so on? The reason I'm asking is that the second question, are we not living on overdraft? Those are the two questions I'm having. Are we liquid? Are we not living on overdraft? And what are the comments from both national and provincial treasury? Because we've received none that are attached. In the future, they must be attached. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO, clarity on all the questions that was asked, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'll start with the first one, talking to the deficit. That's on page 415. Let me just go to it. Okay, so yes, we do. We did incur a deficit. The reason, obviously, for the deficit is that we do budget for a deficit. And the key indicator or the key reason for the deficit is obviously the non-cash items, which is linked to depreciation. Depreciation is sitting at 144 million. So ultimately, based on the budget, if we collected all the money, I mean, if we invoiced all the revenue and we spent all the money, we would have incurred a deficit of 144 million. We have incurred a deficit of 75 million, which indicates that we have achieved, or we rather ended the year better than anticipated by the under or the lesser deficit, right? That doesn't go without key issues that we need to highlight and correctively see. So Councillor Gertenbach has picked up the key issue in terms of the water revenue, right? So the water revenue, yes. When we budgeted last year, we must recall that we're coming from a drought and the tariffs was a lot higher, right? Which then increased the revenue in the prior years. We then, when we budgeted, we averaged the year before and the year of the drought, or at least the previous years. We took an average over the few years, worked on the increase, and then obviously budgeted, right? Now, we need to take into account it's year end, it's June. We still need to accrue for 1 month's consumption, right? So the consumption of 1 month will definitely increase it, and it will go closer to the 80, 83, 85 mark percentage, right? That will come into effect, and obviously that is taken into account when you budget, because you work on the revenue as at year end. So that transactions happens now in June when we finalize our financial statements. So the under billing of the revenue, which I'm estimating around 13 to 15%, is directly linked to either a reduction in water consumption as well as the reduction in the tariffs, because council brought down the scale in terms of what we are charging. Over and above that, yes, there are issues in terms of certain meters that can't be read, and the policy is clear that if it's not read within, I think, 4 months, then we can't then continue estimating. So what we do have internally, we do have processes where we communicate with the technical department, where we can't read, and then they obviously follow up with that in terms of making it accessible, or sorting out the meter, whether it's faulty, whether it's covered with water, and there's leaks and all those anomalies, that is then addressed and communicated with revenue, and then we continue billing thereafter. So yes, I do acknowledge that that we will be ending around 85-87% for water, which does impact on the deficit, right? This year I've already performed a exercise to make sure whether our revenue budget for water is in line, to see whether we need to adjust at the next adjustment budget. But it seems that we about 2 or 3 million out in terms of the current budget approved by council. We will further assess that during the adjustment budget, just to make sure that we are in line and we don't end up in this situation. With the tariffs going down and remaining now constant with an increase, it's much easier now to estimate that. So that was definitely a concern of mine as well. Then the cost coverage, obviously the cost coverage is directly impacting by the revenue that you bill, as well as the collection rate. And those two factors has impacted the cost coverage, correctly noted by the councillor. So all these increasing of the revenue, decreasing of the expenditure from operational side has a direct impact on the bank balance at the end of the day, right? Councillor raised the issue of water. Why do we see electricity under income and expenditure, but we don't see the same for water? So it's a requirement to disclose in terms of Treasury's schedules, the electricity, well, all revenue, which we do show. And then from an expenditure side, you need to reflect the bulk electricity as a separate line item, which we do show. And that's why that's seen clearly. However, water falls within the inventory section, and you'll find that on page 420. Wait, let me just have a look. Under the table on 420, you'll see under inventory consumed, bulk water purchases is reflected over there, right? So that we have to recognize that as inventory, because that's the way it's treated from a GRAP perspective, as well as from an accounting treatment perspective. And that's how the reporting is pulled through. So it is within the report, and obviously we need to then just look for where it reflects. Over and above that, we have another section within the report that breaks down the key services of the municipality, and we indicate there from a budget perspective and actual perspective, what are we doing on a monthly basis, and obviously that's accumulated from electricity services, water services, sewage services, and we can keep track whether we're making a profit or a loss on each of those top 5 services. And that is also part of the Section 71 report, every report, right? Then when we talk about bank charges, yes, I have followed up with the bank charges as well. BTO has come back to me, and they will be passing a journal for that. With regards to, I think, the vehicle, the one service provider that we procured the fleet, some of the interest is going against the bank charges, which will be reallocated during year end towards the finance leasing account. And that will then be corrected, because the current bank that we moved to in terms of ABSA, in the tender, they submitted a proposal of charging 0 fees for bank charges, right? And they were basically going to make money from the interest that we hold within the call account, and not from actually charging us bank charges. So that should actually go to 0. Then the other issue on internet charges, there has been a U-key that has been set up for data. So the data costs in terms of Crackle, that's managing the data storage issue. When we move to the clouds, that is incorporated under internet charges, and that will be reallocated at year end to reflect correctly as well. Then the question on the deficit in terms of the 75 million and key drivers for this, like I mentioned, if your revenue doesn't meet the budget that was set, then you would be in a position, or that will be one of the key drivers that influences the deficit. And then obviously, if expenditure exceeds your revenue, then you do sit in that position as well. Speaker, to obviously address that, the mayor, like in his comments, he spoke about the budget steering committee, so that will obviously have a direct impact on this, ensuring key expenditure is spent, as well as the revenue enhancement committee, which will then drive ensuring that we're obviously optimizing on the revenue that we should be collecting, as well as any other areas that need to focus. So there's definitely key implementation mechanisms to make sure that we're in a better position. But ultimately, our key issue is depreciation that is not fully funded. Right. There was another question of what is provincial treasury's view on Caucus finances. So at the previous council, where council considered the final budget, provincial treasury has issued their view, and they have issued a funded budget on the budget that council approved, and that says that we're able to fund the budget based on what was presented, and that is the current view of provincial treasury. They do monitor and the monthly submissions to them, and they're quite happy that Caucus is performing quite well as a municipality. Then the other issue on capital expenditure. Capital expenditure, yes, we're on 67%, but we need to take into account that we're at year end, and this report had to be prepared from a compliance point within 10 days after the month end. So this report was finalized on the 14th of July, and there was a lot of transactions in terms of all projects that had to be, or the final invoice for the financial year was still outstanding at that point. So subsequent to that, in terms of the accounting process and financial statement drafting process, we have to accrue all expenditure up to the end of June. So at this point, the 67% is not final, right? Only once we submit our financial statements will we know the actual expenditure for the previous financial year. Now, as part of the capital expenditure, we also need to take note that the use of funding from the Department of Human Settlements is a major challenge, because we entered into 2 service level agreements, which makes up around 150, 160 million, only to find out that the department says that we don't have money, right? We can only allocate 30 million over the next 5 years in terms of the SLAs that was signed by both parties. So a major issue in terms of us continuing with our processes before they communicate this and with signed SLAs, that we're making awards for the projects in terms of the USIP and ISIP processes, and then only to be told that there's no money, or the money has been taken back from national government, that's been taken from provincial government. So on those projects, obviously the expenditure has been slowed down in line with the availability of the funds by the Department of Human Settlements, and that has a direct impact on our end percentage. Then the issue on conditional grants. I do know the MEG is fully spent, EPWP is fully spent, your FMG is fully spent, there will be a roll, or INEP will be fully spent after the accrual. There will be a rollover on the disaster relief grant, because we received an additional 12.1 million in March. Right, and the condition of that grant was for us to make an appointment before the 30th of June, which we have done. So I think there's no risk in terms of any rollovers not being approved on that one. So I think from a conditional grant, let's wait for the accruals and the invoices to come. And once we complete our processing with the financial statements, then we'll have a accurate reflection of what the final capital expenditure will be at. Then the question on borrowings. So the first drawdown in terms of the tender was that the 200 million come down in 2 tranches, and that's in line with the project plan for the implementation of the rehabilitation of roads project. And we have received the first drawdown, and that was in March. We received the first 100 million, and yes, with loans, as soon as the money is received, you start repaying. So yes, the first repayment was done in the financial year for the first quarter, because we are doing quarterly payments, and then every quarter going forward we will be making payments. The second drawdown will come again in March of 2026, and then we'll be paying on the full 200 million. So the repayments for the loan has been incorporated into the funded budget approved by council. So there's no issues with that. There was a condition that was raised by DBSA upon signing the final agreement, that you need to have 2 quarterly payments placed in a reserve of the municipality, and that 14.5 million has been placed in a reserve, and that reserve is fully funded. So we meet the conditions of DBSA fully. Speaker, I think I covered all the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CFO, for the comprehensive explanation. Councillor Gertenbach, you have a question of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. The items say that it's a revenue and expenditure for the financial year. And what I hear from the CFO now is that the last month of June, income and expenditure was not included. It's a bit because if that was indicated somewhere, then my comments would have been completely different. I just want to find out if that is that really the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO, just some clarity on that question.
Thank you, Speaker. No, that is not the case. So all expenditure recognized, or not the expenditure, revenue and expenditure recognized up to the 30th of June has been incorporated in this report, right? So with accounting treatment, obviously there's work continuing up to the 30th of June, and the municipality would not have received the paperwork from service providers on the 30th of June for work that had to be done till that date. So what we do, we allow time after the financial year up to almost the end of July, where service providers submit their paperwork, internal verification of rectifications occur, and then that final invoices are then recognized within the financial system. And that is obviously the rules that we need to take into account to make sure that we have recognized all expenditure up to the 30th of June. But whatever we have received at the 30th of June has been incorporated into the report that has been presented to council. From a revenue perspective, there's consumption on electricity, there's consumption on water, sewage, that we have to bring into account, because yes, the bill goes out in July, but a portion of that bill is related to consumption that occurred in June, and we have to recognize that consumption revenue within the June period, and that's the accrual from the revenue side that is then accounted for. So the financial statements then includes everything that has to be accounted for as at the 30th of June. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, CFO. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm hoping the wind is not too noisy on my device, but I just have just one simple question of clarity, and that is relating to the borrowing rate, the percentage of the borrowing rate to DBSA on the 200 million. What was that rate again? It's just for my own records and own calculations. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO, just clarity on that percentage rate.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't have it offhand. I don't want to give incorrect information to council, but I can provide that information.
Thank you, CFO. That's the end of the questions. This report is for noting. Councillor Roof, you may continue.
Speaker, apologies. Can the CFO just indicate to me when you will have that information for me, please?
Councillor, I'll make sure from my office that you will receive it.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Roof, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. We're on FED 5, which is on page 462. This item is the supply chain management year-end stock taking as at the end of the 30th of June 2025. Section 40, disposal management, disposal of slow-moving stock, redundant stock, and damaged stock items. Recommendations are on page 465, and this is for council approval. A tabled item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I do not have any speakers on this item. Do I have any objections, or can Council carry this item? Thank you, Councillors. So this item carries. Councillor Roof, FED 6.
Thank you, Speaker. This is FED 6 on page 477. It's the China International Import Expo, CIIE 2025, participation and assistance to support local products for exhibition. This is also for approval, Speaker. Recommendations on page 483. And we're particularly pleased that Woodlands Dairy will be joining this year at the expo. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Nshota.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm still trying to find my notes. If you can continue and come back to me.
I will. Councillor Nkilishani.
Ngosi Speaker. Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we want to know who are the local products and business identified to participate, and how they were selected. Thirdly, was there an opportunity public advertised? What is the full cost of this China trip? Referring to the flights, accommodation, and how many municipal officials are traveling? Will the names and profiles of all participants be tabled before council and before bookings are made? Okunye, how will Kucha ratepayers benefit from this trip if no names are mentioned and no costs are declared? Then this is not support for the people. It is a luxury trip marked as economic development.
1 minute left, Councillor.
No more overseas travel without full transparency. And that is our take as a EFF Speaker. Engosi.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you done? My next... Yes, Councillor. You had a minute. I presume you're done. Thank you. The next speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure, Speaker, ours is to follow the trends, the international trends. Here we want to congratulate BRICS as the top moving economical hub in the world, and also the foresight of those leaders that are leading in BRICS. Herewith, are we as Caucus moving towards that direction, negating the West, which actually is spewing all nonsense at South Africa. However, I'm sure my previous speaker, my former speaker, Councillor Ngeleshane, raised very critical issues. Councillor Zana raised this since this China trip started. One, who are our SMME? I'll make an example. There's an export of beef to China. And yet in the Eastern Cape, we've got some stock farmers, emerging stock farmers. Is there perhaps anything that we're doing in Caucus just to harness just the part of beef? Because there's a huge market in China for beef. I'm sure in Patense Citrus, when I go there, I do normally see that there's an export to China, which is a good sign because
Councillor, don't just give a second. Councillor Root, what's your point of order? The councillor is busy with his Councillor Bandar.
I'm just questioning relevance, Speaker. It's not speaking to the item which does list all of the products that are going. I think the councillor is speaking about something that should be discussed in Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roof. I'm going to overrule you. I'm sure Councillor Mbandana is going to get to it. He was talking about meat, so I would like him to continue. Councillor Mbandana, you were saying about meat. Councillor Mbandana, we have lost you. I can see you present, but you're on mute.
They call it a matposa. There is those beads that are done in our community. Those Danis, who's going amongst them? Who's going to those sewing group so that they can actually interact with the Chinese manufacturing company for the key holders and so on? What is this that you are doing to harness our community? Are you, in your governance as the DA, going to keep us poor perpetually for the rest of our lives? Icon. And you, Brian, you must know the daughter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. My last speaker on this item is Councillor Zona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Hello.
Can I proceed, Speaker?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine, perhaps Councillor Ngeleshane has covered me in terms of how were the current this year's participants selected. But I also want perhaps to ask, since last year, I can't recall dealing with the closeout report of China. In terms, was there an improvement in terms of the products that we showcased in China last year in terms of the interaction, or was there improvement in them selling their items or exporting? What's the bigger plan? Because I don't foresee that every year we'll send new people and yet their stuff will not be purchased or exported to China. So I just want to understand, strategically, we send new groups every year, but then the products that they are creating and that are seen by the Chinese market, has there been an improvement in terms of that? Because we must, when we invest by the ratepayers' money for them to showcase their products overseas, at least there must be returns for us as locals, so that we can see that there's now improved these SMMEs or small business, even if it's big enterprises, that their businesses have expanded in terms of the products that they've sold overseas. And if it's not happening, what's the plan to ensure that when we send them overseas, at least that their markets the market is going to grow for them, and they are also going to see a significant increase in their produce that they have, Madam Speaker. Mine is just the clarity in terms of that one. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zona. Honourable Mayor, you're the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to give some clarity on terms of the process. Again, it is in the item, but I just want to highlight that as it seems like it's not clear. The Caucus municipality do not decide who goes and who does not go. We advertised a few weeks ago for specific, or for any company that is looking or interested to export their product to China to apply to us or to let us know, and then we assist the district in this process. The district has a Chinese facilitator that knows what exactly the Chinese government wants and needs, and they obviously have a lot of compliance matters in terms of this, and then that is facilitated through their structures. So the Caucus municipality does not approve or ask anybody, specific people. It is open to literally anybody in this municipality to apply, and then it is the district's prerogative through their Chinese facilitators to approve or not approve those products that go to China. So we, from our side, add in terms of getting their product there, whichever products are then approved, but that is it. So yeah, so I just wanted to make that clear. As far as the beef is concerned, as Councillor Dana mentioned, I do agree with him that it is a massive opportunity in the Chinese market. That is, however, dealt with at a different level, not at the local government level, but at a provincial and national government level with the Chinese government, because of the numbers that it's needed. Somebody with 10 or 100 or even a few hundred cows or cattle aren't able to negotiate from that point of view. It happens at a much higher level because of the large numbers and all sorts of regulations regarding the export of meat is concerned. So that's why it's handled at that level. So I just wanted to give clarity on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I'm also going to give over to the CFO to answer some of the other questions that was asked.
Thank you, Speaker. The Mayor has covered a lot of it. Just in terms of the report, Annex C obviously is there, indicating where the advert went out. The detail in the report indicates where all it was advertised. So we definitely tried our best to get it out there so that more people apply for it. So there has been an increase in the number of applications this year. And the main thing is the applicants go through a process of readiness to make sure that their products has potential for meeting export requirements, right? That assessment is done by the district municipality to see whether obviously it meets the expectations of the Chinese market, and where it doesn't meet the expectations, obviously we're working with ECDC that also will fund that process of making sure that the expectations are met. It might not be met in this current year, but at least then they start working towards it for the following year. So this year, if we look at the number of product and applications that is submitted in last year, Caucus made up, I think, 75% of the products that was sent to China by the district municipality together with the locals. 75% came from Caucus. And again this year, from my engagements with the district, the number of products from Caucus is the majority of products that will be going. So the list on page 480, there's a detail of all the companies, or not all, but the companies at the point that the report was prepared that has submitted products already, and this closes I think application closed, and the final list will be available on the 31st in terms of everyone that has submitted. So where companies have items and they haven't submitted, then obviously next year is the turn to submit. But ultimately, it's important to understand the benefit of what this will translate to should they sign a contract with the Chinese business people. So over and above this, I think Councillor Zana asked, what is the benefit? So through discussion with the district as well, there's a second program that has been introduced where there will be a setup of what do they call it? Let me just have a look here. A space where the products can be sold locally, right? So in the event that, so the Chinese, it will be marketed locally in China, where Chinese businesses have interest, they will then obviously buy from there, test the products out, and if they're happy, they can then place their orders. So that will be set up, and the products will then be on display all year round. So for business people to come see, come test the products, and that's the space that will be created for local products within the Chinese country. Then the issue of beef, yes, Maya touched on it. At the district level also, they have been starting, or they started with the planning of this. However, the identification of local abattoir that meets international standards is the key issue, which they are working on, because there's a lot of compliance requirements for meeting that international standards, as well as sign-offs by the provincial government for that. I do know that based on his engagement, my engagement with him, there's only two areas that have potential for an abattoir, and that is Caucus and Lambe. So the two sites has been assessed by them, and obviously we will be engaging further in terms of what the decision for that will be. Ultimately, it will require investment by the district in terms of getting the EIAs and the building facilities ready for that. But we will definitely continue our engagements with it. Thank you. I think there was one question on cost. The cost has been included in the report. But I think as part of this, it's important if 75% of the products is linked to Caucus, then obviously Caucus is playing a key role in that. Just from changes from last year to this year, it's very important the manner in which we market ourselves. If you allow the Chinese representatives over there to market your product, you're not going to get the best out of it. And if you market your product on your own, the language barrier is a key issue. So we are working with the district. We have even advised that we will provide additional support to make sure that our products are marketed in Mandarin, in English, and we have a visual marketing platform available as well for us to make sure that our products are marketed effectively, so that local business actually knows exactly where the product started through the process of where it is for availability. So there's definitely improvement in terms of the marketing as well. Then the trip also has been planned in a way that for the products, there will be meetings with actual businesses that would be interested in those products, and not only reliance on the people attending the expo. So we're waiting for that program also to come. And once that program comes, exactly who will be going to which meetings where businesses has been set up, meetings has been set up for those companies. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity on all the explanations from the CFO?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to tie into the question of clarity that was raised by Councillor Zana with respect to a closeout report on the previous engagement with the Chinese. There was a trip that went to China, and there was expenses incurred. and no closeout report have been received. Now, my question is that closeout report compiled by the district or is it compiled by Kocha municipality? Same, this particular venture to the Chinese continent, is that for Kocha municipality in isolation, or is it a district program? The reason for that question is I also want to see if it is with the district, then I have to request it from them. But I'd like to see a report indicating the financial position and the popularity of the product
Thank
before
you,
the
Councillor.
engagement.
Time is
30
up.
seconds. Okay. But I
Councillor,
was
yes,
one.
you only have 1 minute, and Councillor, I can clarify it for you. There was a closeout report that came to council.
No, Speaker, the report I want to see is that there was a positive curve for those local products, because otherwise it was money wasted unless
Councillor,
it can show that it had a positive curve. Thank you, Speaker.
thank you. We can ask them for the future, but that was not a discussion at the moment. Councillor van der Linde, you also have a question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I actually want to hook up with Councillor Petersen on the end what he said. I would just want to know, that was now a year ago. Did we follow up with the people who went over and present their products? Is there a flow of export in the products? Otherwise, it's going to be a fruitful, wasteful expenditure if we don't know from our side and do our homework. Did there's farmers or whoever went with their products benefit out of it in this whole year? Just not over that weekend there or the week there, but that the businesses increase in this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO, did you take note of those comments? Because it's a good idea that we can add the history and where it takes a while for businesses to get there and to export on that.
Thank you, Speaker. So just the one clarification in terms of, is it a local or district program? So yes, this is initiated by the district, and all local municipalities are invited to join in the program. So definitely, as when I mentioned the 75% of products coming from Kocha, that is within all products that was submitted district-wide, right? So yes, we play a critical role within that process that has been initiated by the district. Then service provider, local businesses from the last trip to now. The last trip, obviously, they have engaged with businesses. They've been told in terms of where they need to adapt their products, what needs to change, and what they need to do differently. And as the year went, there were continuous engagements between us, them, and obviously their potential suppliers. And they've made all those necessary changes. All right. And with those changes, when they go now, the products has been evolved into what the potential buyers has requested. And now they will be having their one-on-one engagements again with those companies. So that's normally how it works when it comes to export, because once they get into it, then obviously the production then kicks in, and ultimately whether they can cope with the numbers and the volume required is something that each business will need to then decide on. But the two of the companies are at that point, and we're hoping that translate into positive production when they return. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Do I have any objections on this item? Nothing. So this item carries for approval through council. Thank you very much. That's the end of FED. Honourable Mayor, over to you for 18.2 Community Safety Services.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to table the items for Community and Safety Services, and it will be handled by Alderman Benson. Thank you.
I'm waiting that the speaker, so okay, I will take then over. It's
Alderman,
25.
you can start, Alderman Benson.
Thank you. It's 25 stroke 07 stroke CSS1. It's about the authorization of disaster management educational excursion to Thailand. It's from page 494 up to 498. And the recommendations is on page 496, and I would like to read it that Council approves the participation of 2 representatives from Koha Local Municipality, Director Masalesi, and Fire and Disaster Manager Ewald Barnard in the disaster management education excursions to Thailand, and that the travel and substance costs for 2 representatives will be covered by Sarah Barnard District Municipality through the fire contribution to municipalities of the 25-26 financial year, and that the full closeout report, including the final cost of the trip, be presented upon return. I table this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Councillor Shorter, I think this was the item I had you speaker. You my first speaker on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, which is why I was looking for my notes and I couldn't find them. I'm worried on this item about the word excursion, because when you look up the meaning of it makes me worry, especially when we're talking about disaster, Speaker. We have a lot of disasters in Koha. We've got flooding, we've got fire. And yet there's money that the districts decides to sponsor 2 people to go overseas to do what? We don't have a disaster plan in Koha, Speaker. When we have fires in our communities, the only thing that the people are getting from Koha municipality is mattresses and blankets. Mattresses that don't even last them a week. Nothing else. For them to have building material, for them to have food, we rely on the same district that is giving Koha municipality money for 2 delegates to go overseas for disaster. And when we have disasters in our communities, the only person that you would see from the disaster management in the municipality would be Mr. Ngumalo. That's the only official that you see. And I don't know whether there are any other officials or they don't come or they don't care. When we have fires, the fire guys are working their backbones, dealing with all the fires in Koha. And yet we have money for people to go to an excursion overseas, not money to assist our fire departments that do all the hard work that they are doing, not money
1
to
minute,
assist
Councillor.
the communities that are always dealing with disasters, not money to prepare for flooding that our people who are living in informal settlements are dealing with. So that is why I'm saying, Speaker, I am worried when I read the word excursion. And as you know, as the ANC component, always when there's a trip overseas, as long as our people are not getting nothing out of it, we never support such. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My next speaker is Councillor Mpandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure my leader said a mouthful. Honorable Speaker, 4 weeks back, here in Patense, the Wakefield Street, a shack burned to ashes. A child of 13 years was inside it and she burned to death. Where was the firefighter? It was in Hanki. And when it could arrive or not arrive, it was already late, it was already done. Excursion. which means it's a tour of excitement to Thailand. 2 months previously, there's also a band check. It bent down. Where's the firefighter? 15 kilos from Patensi. Imagine if it happens during the day, there's trucks of seasons and so on, excursion. Chairperson, my honorable speaker, I'm sure the district could actually utilize this money for better purposes, which means ultimately only Freddie van Rooyen is assisted by the district. Let them rather increase that budget. We could just write a memo and say instead of funding an excursion, just increase, because he's the only one that supported me with the father and 3 kids and also extra 3 kids. And all these times, it's them that brings food for those family, that brings blankets for those family, and also assist them for the for the moment when there's a crisis. So when we go, just imagine Thailand. We don't have tsunamis. My colleagues are going to speak about that, know something about tsunamis.
1 minute left, Councillor.
Right. We are not against our directorate and the manager not to go to Thailand, but at least not now. We need money to assist our community when there's, my colleague was correct. If a shark's bend, Caucus brings only, I've never received those mattresses, even those blankets, you wash them twice, they are done. So at least we could have been just strengthening that part. Where we have ward councillors when a house burns, we need to go out of our pockets. We need to go to shops and say we make credit so that end of the month can buy, because there's a crisis.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm sure my leader said it all. We are not in support. We will actually ask and request you money to Ubuntu from this council to request, can that money be transferred and assist to Fred van Rooyen? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. My last speaker on this item is Councillor Nkili Shani.
Ngosi Speaker, I'm almost covered by my leaders. But I have some questions, Speaker, just a few questions. Speaker, I just want to know or find out if Sarah Bartman is paying, why does the council need to approve this? Because Sarah Bartman will be paying for this trip. And because travel requires political accountability, regardless of who funds it. Just want to find out, secondly, will other municipalities be represented by the councillors? The invitation refers to officials and councillors, but only officials are nominated here. Why? Why was this trip not discussed publicly before nominations? No competitive process or internal call for interest. Who decided who gets to go? And what are the measurable outcomes expected? How will Kocha benefit from this? And what does this disaster preparedness mean in practice? Lastly, I just want to find out why the councillors never, from the opposition benches now, they never get a chance to go on this trip on holidays, because it's only DA councillors who are going on school holidays, leaving behind the other councillors from the opposition benches. Because even in the province, opposition MPLs goes to trips. It's time now the DA extend its hand to all political parties. It's not only about them. We are against this, knowing very well that you're gonna use your choir to
30 seconds, Councillor.
you're gonna use your vote, bullet us with your choir. The EFF is against this nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Director Makalesi, would you like to give us more background on this before we go to a vote? Councillor Director Makalesi, are you online with just some extra questions on the other municipalities that was invited? I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer on behalf.
Speaker.
Yes, MMC.
Yes, I noticed that all other municipalities of this district was given this invitation. Yes.
Thank you for that clarity, MMC. Could I ask the administration to prepare a poll for voting because we have objections on this item?
Speaker, before we go to a vote, can I get some clarity that will inform my vote?
Councillor Peterson, what is your question of clarity?
I had my hand raised because I wanted to check something. When it comes to the word excursion, the Oxford Dictionary defines it as a short trip that is a pleasure trip. It is not work related, it's for fun. Now, the actual word excursion, was it proposed by the district municipality for the item, or was it a word that came from Koha municipality? Remember, English is not my first language, but I know a little bit something about the language, and the understanding of excursion is my problem. If we say we are going to approve an excursion, I will not be part of it because I will not waste taxpayers' money on these gallivanting of Ateng Burman or the Mayor Ateng Burman and the likes.
Thank you, Councillor
If it is
Peterson.
something
Time
that has to
up.
deal with disaster, then I'll.
Councillor van der Linde, your hand is up for a question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, so yeah, Councillor Kilisani asked a valid question. Why is this here? Because Sarah Bartman is paying for that, not us. But obvious reasons why we must approve this or not approve this is to give our officials the opportunity, not the opportunity, die geleentheid om te gaan, because if something happened there, Kouga municipality approved that, not Sarah Bartman. So otherwise, we're only giving them permission to go for insurance benefits. Is I'm right on that, Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Benson, can you give us some clarity why this item is here? Is it for insurance purposes?
Ma'am, Chair, remember those people working here in Koha, even the district give us this money and so on. We still have to give permission for the officials or whoever must go. We have to give permission that they can go. It's not about the money, it's just that the council must approve Council van der Linde said, is we just give permission that they must go. Otherwise, I mean, if we don't give permission, they are AWOL. So that is the only reason why it's in council, that council must approve the trip. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Yali, your question of clarity?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I was just going to suggest let it be one official and one councillor from the opposition. Thank you very much. Not two officials. Thank you.
Councillor, I don't think we can amend this. This comes from the district. So they've already suggested the names from the district. So the item is here for yes or no approval. Could we ask Councillor Peterson, you've already had your question of clarity. If you have more questions, you are welcome to email my desk.
You mentioned something that confused me completely. You say the nominations of who? Speaker, I was muted. I don't know who's
Yeah.
so rude because I'm
Councillor
asking,
Peterson,
you
it's
say
in
the
your
nomination.
item. Councillor Peterson, it's in your item. It is
You're
specified
saying the
in the
district municipality
recommendations.
nominated for Koga. Who must go?
They already asked and they have nominated. I'm going to ask the administration to prepare a poll so we vote in favor or not in favor. Councillors, please vote.
Speaker, there's no poll here by my side. I don't know why.
Councillor, I've already voted. It appeared on mine.
Then not in favor, Speaker. I am on my phone, Councillor Ruth. As I said, I'm not at home.
Councillor Peterson, we're in voting, please. Can all the councillors please vote?
Please accept my verbal vote because I don't see a poll. I'm not in favor of the item precisely for the fact that it's an excursion, Speaker.
It's the speaker, not Councillor Ruth.
Afana banibhida nama bantu.
It's in the chat box that this
Councillors,
was mentioned.
could you please mute yourself? We're busy closing the poll. The councillors have voted. I'm just waiting for the administration to give me the number.
16 in favor,
Yes.
7 not in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay, so I have 16 in favor, 7 not in favor, and 1 abstaining. Thank you,
Speaker,
councillors. This motion carries.
Before we enter the results,
The results
are
was
you saying
already given. Councillor?
Have you recorded me as abstaining? Because I said I don't see a poll, but I'm not in favor. I just want that clarity.
No, councillor, that person showed on the poll abstaining.
No problem. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Zona, I have promised you can put your motion of exigency up quickly if you can give it to us. And then I suggest after that we take a 10-minute comfort break.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm rising perhaps to request council to discuss a response from the MEC of Caucus, Honorable Williams, and also the reimbursement of Councillor Wilford and Peterson subsequent to that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. Anybody that seconds this?
Speaker?
I second this.
I second the proposal. I second the proposal, Speaker.
Wat se bier wil jy saam hê?
Thank you, councillors. When we come back from our 10-minute comfort break, we will discuss this motion. Thank you very much.
Consider that speaks up.
I'm here at the golf course. And now I'm being muted.
We are on a 10 minutes break, Councillor. Jy kan nou daai bier gaan drink wat hulle gevra het daar in die agtergrond.
Councillor van der Linde, hulle bly my mute, ek weet nie hoekom nie. Maar ja, ek is juist hier so by die golfbaan. Ja.
Ja, so 10 minute breek nou eers.
Councillor Zana. Andivanga ukuthi ekuyena nihlehor ni councillor kuthiwani ilena sikaka iza noceba uzana kaloku xa usendlini wenza yonke into, ndenza iwashing, ndenza yonke into apha. Uzoom meeting usinika loo ntlahla enjalo.
Uyayithanda iwashing kanjani?
Ngoku endiphosile le motion kaCouncillor Zana uthini? Bawo.
Jonga mntanam, uhamba nabo kamandi ngomgca.
Ndicimba ukhutshelwe phandle kaloku beke ndaphuma nam apha.
Comrade, khange sicele
Uhamba
Caucus
nabo
ne?
kamandi ngomgca.
Khange sicele Caucus, why sizawusuka
Andiyazi noba ngili usuka uvele ufuthwa nguJulius okanye kwenzeka ntoni. Heyi, mfondini usuke wabukhala imo ngoku yona. Okanye ubuyile eKapa nawe?
Hayi, khange ndiye.
Khange
Bandishiyile.
Okay.
ushiya nguCasting baba ngilamlungu Christian. uCasting umshiya ngasemva wahamba yena wayeKapa washiya yena ukombeni ngilishana.
Sizababetha ngesintu tot kufika u-2026. Ndiphumile kwisikolo sogumsha mna ngoku. Ilwimi lam linemikinkci ukumsa.
Masibuyeleni phaa.
Yentini?
Masibuyele phaa
I have
ndiyabona
moved out. Kuyabuyelwa.
uNdlundlu utye ntoni uNdlundlu? Andana bunguspika na wenze ntoni uNdlundlu? Usithe chu. Uthetha noba kunjani na yena. uDeputy Speaker.
Yile nto ndiqonda uba ndimkhumbuze uba hayi ufuna azazi izawuthi cwadi.
From the office of the MEC.
Okay, my leader. August council meeting okwasasa. Sathi nje i-breaking ngoku.
Mfokakile kuthe mkwazi uthetha thina sikwazi uthetha.
Ndiyacelebrate kaloku mna. I-12 years yonke.
Uyenzela phi?
Abisekapa.
Uphi ngoku usekapa nawe?
Hayi ndikhona kokheli.
Okhanguhle.
Ndikhona hayi khange ndiye.
Okay. Siseki-Caucus manapha.
Okay.
Weyile yotsala kwale mali yamadoda besohlwayo. Sohlwayo caba umphathi usingathi lento akayiyamkelanga.
Okay, khandibambe ndibuza kanye loo nto uba ndithe xa ndihlala phantsi wabegqiba unkokheli uzayo uthetha.
Okay, bakhambe bakufake apho befuna ukujoyinisa kule Caucus. Okay, kodwa sabuyela ngoku.
Okay.
Hayi, i-historical comrades. Khame man siyotshaya inqawa fondini. Sifake noba yihoshu.
Can I ask that one of the committee services just place me back in the caucus, please? I was kicked out of the meeting and don't have access back to the caucus. Please, thank you.
Welcome back, councillors. I hope you had a good comfort break. Councillor Zona, back to your motion of exigency. I think we have to go for a vote and ask the councillors if they would accept this motion. So I'm going to ask the administration to put up a poll for us.
No.
Speaker, the mayor's hand is up.
Speaker, and we didn't hear the motion. Why now going straight to vote?
Councillors,
We
we're
never
busy
had the
voting.
motion.
Councillor,
We're
we're
voting
busy
for what?
voting. We voting on to have the motion. Please vote.
We are voting most of Utikolo Shango. We
Speaker, but it's a correct question. What are we voting?
Councillors, please vote. We or vote on the discussion that Councillor Zana has brought in front of us to bring the motion in to council. We're voting on the actual motion. Thank you.
But you don't know the motion.
No, Speaker, you are wrong. You are wrong.
How can you vote against something that you...
Councillors, according to motion of
Councillor Zana
exigency,
must introduce the
councillors,
item, Speaker.
please
Councillor Zana
mute
must...
Councillor Willifant. According to Rule 30.3, in such a motion is seconded and carried by a majority of members present, the mover shall be permitted, without a notice, to bring the matter under the consideration by way of motion or questions. So we are voting on the motion. Are we bringing the motion in or not?
No,
Speaker, the Parliament is go.
Introduce the item first. You first
You
introduce
need
the
to learn
motion.
from GNU. You want to be heard in GNU, but when it's us, you don't.
I think the DA must bring Brenton Williams back.
Councillors, I see that the councillors are not voting on this poll. So I'm going to ask the administration to stop the voting at the moment so we can get clarity. Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, can I request a division of vote?
Councillor, I have given the floor to Honourable Mayor Borman.
To do what, Speaker? I don't
I asked you
understand.
to shut up.
No, I told Hassan to shut up, and you also.
To shut up.
Councillors.
Gertenbach, you can shut up.
Councillor Gertenbach, don't treat us like you're cutting boys.
Councillors. Honourable Mayor, your hand is up. Would you like to say something? Councillors, I am going to start the polling again. According to motions that we want, Councillor van der Linde, yes, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, first of all, Councillor, in the motion, what Councillor Zana brought, he mentioned Councillor Petersen and Councillor Olifant. So this is a conflict of interest if they are still in this meeting. So you must remove them from this meeting because it's conflict of interest. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linde. I think people misunderstood the thing. We're not voting on the actual item. We are voting if we're bringing the motion in, yes or no. Honourable Mayor, your hand is up.
Apologies, Speaker. I was I can't hear very well where I am. I just want to make sure that I think you've just correctly in your last sentence stated what I was going to say, so I might be covered. I just wanted to say on the procedure, what we're voting on now is just to table the motion. We've already heard in the beginning of the meeting that there was a motion of exigency. We then heard from Councillor Zana what the motion was about. So we now vote if we're going to deliberate on it or not. And then once that is finalized, I'd like to raise my hand on this matter as well, just for clarity.
Yes, Honourable Mayor, that is exactly so. We're voting on to bring in the motion, yes or no. We haven't debated the actual contents of the motion yet. And that's where the question comes from, if certain councillors needs to be removed from the discussion. Councillor Peterson, do you have a question before we put up the poll again to decide on that?
Thank you, Speaker. Not necessarily a question, but it would be fair to council and the collective to at least hear before you judge. We are not children. We should stop this childish political games. It has nothing to do with politics, but it has to do with righteousness, fairness, and the likes. It's pointless for people to just vote no without knowing why. And that's why I'm saying, it's incumbent of us to also apply our minds from a legal context, from a humanitarian context, and from a person context to say that let's hear, and then we decide. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Oliphant, you also wanted some clarities before we go to the poll?
No, I want to register a concern. Maybe you feel comfortable on this one. I'll only speak on this one in a foreign language. Speaker, it's wrong for Councillor van der Linde to quote conversation that we had in our discussion when there was a breakaway for 10 minutes. It's criminal for him to come and listen in on our discussion, right? So he cannot come here on an informal discussion of the ANC and abuse this platform to quote what we were discussing as the ANC component. He can't do that. Is very nonsensical and low of him to do. He can't
Councillor
do that.
Oliphant, it was an open council, so you were
No,
in
it
an
was
open
not.
air,
It
so
was
you
not.
weren't in your
It
breakout
was
room,
not.
so unfortunately.
No, I'm saying for him to listen on our discussion is wrong, even though
Councillor?
the council meeting
Councillor
was not
Oliphant?
on. How can he then come back and quote what we were discussing off record? He
Councillor,
can't do that.
Councillor, can I quickly talk? You were talking while I was also in that discussion. It was open council where you guys had the discussion.
No, it was actually the council meeting you adjourned for 10 minutes, right? A refreshing sort of 10 minutes. It's where we were talking. It was not a formal council meeting, right? So you cannot come back then
Councillor,
and
I
quote
just
what we were
had
discussing
confirmation.
today.
Councillor Oliphant, I just had confirmation from committee services. You did not join your breakout room. So you were in open discussion.
There was not a breakaway room there. There was no breakaway room.
There was.
Councillor
Okay,
van der
this is
Linde
the
was
end
listening
with
on our
Councillor
discussion.
Oliphant. I have confirmation that we did it and we have record. Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, breakaway room on whose?
Speaker, thank you. I just wanted
We never requested for a
in
breakaway
terms of the
room.
process. In terms of the process, Councillor Zana had the opportunity to introduce and fully talk about this, introduce the item. So he had the opportunity to introduce the item of what he wants debated. So we can't debate something now before we voted on if we want to debate. So we're not debating on whether we want to hear what he wants to debate. We've already heard what he wants to debate. He had the opportunity to elaborate on that. He didn't, he said what he wanted to
Point of
debate
order,
on.
Speaker.
Now
Point of
council
order, Speaker.
decides on whether we debate further or
A
not.
point of order,
Thank you very
Speaker.
much.
There is no point of order here at the moment. We're just discussing the voting. Hang
No,
on.
no, it's fine.
Councillor Benson, your hand is up.
My hand is up, Speaker.
Speaker, I'm asking for a caucus, please.
Okay, councillors, we're quickly going to request a 5-minute caucus to our relevant caucuses, and then we come back so we can vote. Thank you, administration.
Olifant, gaan nou na jou kamers toe, hoor. Nie op die open platform nie.
Nee, nee, alsjeblieft, stop by nonsense, man. Stop
Uphelile umhlangano.
Welcome back, councillors. I also had 5 minutes to configure with legal, and according to our rules, Councillor Zana, your motion, unfortunately, I have to rule on that according to section 29, 1.2.3, because the matter you are addressing is subjudicated to court at the moment. So for us to discuss this matter is premature. So there's some court proceedings and legal proceedings that needs to happen before we as councillors are allowed to discuss this matter. So I'm going to not accept your motion at the moment, but we can look at it in the future. Thank you, councillors. I'm not going to take answers on that. I've made my ruling on that.
Honorable
Councillor
Speaker.
Zana, I have made my ruling on this.
Speaker, legal needs to advise.
Speaker.
When a
Councillors,
matter is sub judice, you can't proceed with taking legal steps as a municipality. You can't implement a decision when it's sub judice, Speaker.
Councillor, we as councillors cannot discuss this matter at the moment, so I have ruled that I'm not going to allow this motion
Speaker.
at this stage. Thank you, councillors. We're going to move on to the confidential. I thank our residents, outside guests for listening today. We're moving to the
When a matter
confidential.
is sub judice, you can't proceed with the